Welcome to our PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. It is going to be an absolute exciting couple of days that we have. It is the semifinals that's going to be taking place right now. And in fact, this live is going in four different languages, right? We got Bengali, we got Mongolian, we have Jonka and Sinhala. But of course, what you're hearing right now is English. And let me introduce to you the person to the right of the screen. It is Shashika, also known as Tara. Shashika, what is going on, man? Are you
Hi, man. Hi.
excited for what's coming up?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm definitely pumped, and it's going to be a couple of days, right? So it's a long-standing tournament. We've been having this from the 25th of November, where it started, where the in-game qualifiers were held, and then it moved on to the group stages. And we just finished the quarterfinals, and we have an idea of kind of who the stronger teams are and what the tournament is, kind of looking at. But what happens is when it comes to these tournaments, they tend to keep, the players tend to keep their hidden skills towards the latter part, where they, perform the bare minimum and keep all the good strategies coming into, the semifinals when it's critical to, bring it out and outperform everyone else. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. But of course, the qualifiers do give us a little bit of idea of what to look forward for in these semifinal matches. But yeah, why don't we talk about what these players can expect after the wildcards?
Yeah, so in fact, that is something that's very important, right? Because the PMNC South Asia wildcard itself, it is the start for this region to actually go into the pro leagues, and we have some amazing talent, especially in this region, which haven't really had that opportunity to get up all the way to the PMPL. And with this, the top five teams have a chance to qualify for the pro leagues. And in fact, man, there's like $30,000 prize pool right now on the line just here on the wild cards. Like I can only imagine what that's going to like.
Yeah, and let's look at what the format has been like coming towards this wild card. So we had, like I said, we had the in-game qualifiers with 256 teams taking part. Went into 16 groups and then 8 groups. It has been broken down as the days went on, and it started all the way back in November, and we are November 25th, and we have had a lot of matches coming up into this semi-final. And right now, y'all can see the breakdown, and out of which at the end of the semi-final and then the grand finals towards the latter part of December, 5 teams will be selected to go into the pro league, where they will be battling it out for 30,000 US dollars. That's a lot of money for the region.
That
I mean,
is a lot.
a lot of incentive.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we're looking at $10,000 for the first place, and it's still $5,000 which we're talking about for second. 3,500 for third, and as you can see, the list goes on. And Tara, I got to ask you, if you were the team getting the $10,000 in this 30,000 prize pool, what do you think is going to be that you want to get? Like for $10,000, what's going to be the first thing that you buy if it was you who's one of the teams that wins?
Depends, right? So for the team who is taking part, if they don't have, so this is PUBG Mobile, right? So you want to have the best possible mobile device to outperform everyone else, so that it doesn't heat up during the game. And so if you're playing on a lower spec phone right now, if these teams are playing on a lower spec phone, they'll probably upgrade, right? You get the latest, the iPhone 14 or whatever, the mobile device. There are a lot of gaming devices out there when it comes to mobile gaming now. So look for one of those, and you'll still have a lot of money left over to enjoy life basically, and maybe travel a little bit. It's 10,000
Yeah.
US dollars is a lot of money.
And in fact, like you're right. Like it is something which you can do like upgrades, but that's the amazing thing about mobile gaming, right? It is being able for us to have those who've not had the opportunity to, in fact, purchase those expensive gaming rigs. Computers for that is what we're referring to, right? So they don't necessarily have that, but a mobile is a lot more cost effective. It's even a medium spec phone can play a game like a PUBG Mobile, and you see some amazing talent coming out of it, because as much as we all want the most buffed up mobile phone there is even for it, even those with lower specs have had some amazing runs when it comes to these tournaments. And yeah, like if it was me, I think I would probably go for the top most possible phone for the gaming itself. I will get as many thumb sleeves, an infinite amount of thumb sleeves, because that's very important. One per day. That's what I'm going to go with. That's my
One per
idea.
day.
Because hey man, like your palms get sweaty. Your palms get sweaty. Especially when you're in those clutch situations. And a game like PUBG, especially during the last circles, things get really intense. And that's hopefully what we'll also be hoping to look at for today. And like if we even like look at the overall the fact that we have 16 teams that have qualified, there's so much that we can expect from it, and it is going to be something that would really be setting the the benchmark of what we can expect in this region. And it will also be an opportunity for us to show as a region what we can in fact do.
Indeed, and going back to what you said about final circles, right? It is so strange when it comes to battle royals. When you play casually a BR, like you won't get that intensity. Whether you're playing rank on this battle royal or whether you're playing casual, you don't get that same intensity. But when you come to a tournament format, those final circles are absolutely insane. You have 10, 15 teams left in these final couple of circles and battling it out, and it is a different experience. And I did play a little bit of competitive battle royals, and that's what I come to expect. The tournament format is completely different because there is an incentive that you're fighting for, and no one wants to die. And with that, let's have a look at what the points are, right?
Indeed. So if you look at the point structure, if you are by placement, you would get 15 points on the first. Second gets 12, third gets 10, fourth 8, and fifth we have 6. So if each of them, they in fact get points, but unfortunately, if you're on the 13th to 16th, you get 0. And per elimination, you in fact get another point. So that is something that's important to keep in mind. It is not just about placement, because we've seen so many teams that have been underdogs that have been able to win because of point structures such as this. And elimination comes in, and placement is your bonus. You can even be 4th place, but if you've been able to get a lot of eliminations in that process, it is always giving you that edge to be able to push forward and go up on your rankings and your overall score sheet.
Indeed. And I feel like it is about these players. So what they're going to be thinking is both of these come into play, right? You want to survive as long as possible and be able to get the most number of kills. From BR experience itself, what happens is when a lot of teams are live towards that latter part, the final couple of circles, then the fights start happening across the map, and it just starts boiling down to who gets the final elim. And the eliminations that you get, it gives you 1 point each, but your placement also gives you a lot more points. So it is a matter of getting through the first the 6 places where you get into the placement points, and then you look for kills, and not being overly aggressive early on and then losing out on placement points that you could have gotten if you played a little bit safe towards the early stages. And then it comes back down to where you drop on the map, and a little bit of luck involved as well, of the loot that you get and what weaponry that you can find on the go, especially if you are in a scuffle, and when you land as soon as you land, if you find another team, and the team with the better loot tends to come out ahead in those situations. So you want to land as far away from everyone else as possible, and not run into teams early on. You have to give yourself a little bit of time to loot, get yourself some good positioning. It is very important when it comes to BR. Look at the circle, look at where the circle is going to be ending at, and then make your decision and movement going forward through the entire game. So it is definitely going to be an important factor. Both those factors will come into play for both these two teams.
Yeah, that is very true. And also, speaking of what we're going to, and something else that we also need to keep in mind. Sorry, Tara, I was just interrupting you there.
Yeah, so I think we can have a look at the rosters right now of the players who are going to be taking part today. We are looking at on screen now. You all can see the team names as well as all the players who are going to be taking part in this semi-final today.
Yeah, we got PMPL Esports along with MAKPEN, and then following that, We
Yeah.
have ISSL Noob Alliance with NB Esports. We got Equinox 922, RGC OPEX, Retaliation X CMF IPG, SITM Esports, 7AKSX, Stronger Esport, Astra Esports S1. We got Victor Gaming, Inertia Esports, Bad Intentions, Xbit, Team Classic 922. And of course, we are back with B Esport MAKPEN. So it is a very, very interesting squad roster, which we in fact have. And Terror, like if you take the overall thing of just like what could be even like possibly like going through their mind right now as they're just like getting ready for all of this, strategy. It is something which we are most definitely going to be quite interesting to rather see, because especially more often than not when it comes to big games, especially day one, the first game, people tend to take it a little slower than usually expected of them. What do you think?
True, Chess. What happens is normally when it comes to tournaments, right, you're coming in with a lot of nerves, especially when there is such a big incentive that you're fighting for. Like $30,000 is no small amount. So there's a lot of incentive and a lot to fight for these players. But that first game of the day, I played a lot of competitive throughout the years before I stopped back in 2017. And what happens is that first game, you're a lot more careful than you would be because you're nervous, right? You're getting into that game and you're a bit nervous. But once that game one is out of the way, then you become more comfortable. You feel like this is another day, another game. You take that mentality and try to fight it out afterwards. So I feel like coming into the first game, we might see a little bit more slower pace action. But going through the entire day, we have 6 matches lined up. So going through the entire day, I feel like as the day goes on, we might see a little bit more aggressive players coming out from these players when they do get into their groove after that game number 1.
Yes, and in fact, now it's time for us to take a quick look at the match schedule. So we have, in fact, coming up for you the following maps. We have the first game. It is Erangel, followed by Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar. So these are the maps which will be going in rotation. So they have an opportunity to play each of these maps twice in the semifinals day 1. What are your thoughts on the first map itself, Tara?
So what happens is, again, like the fact what you said before, right? You're playing the same map twice. It allows you to fix a lot of your mistakes when the day goes on. You can get a feel as to where these teams are landing as well, because unless these guys all 16 together have been scrimming together a lot, they would not know where a particular team will land. Because normally what happens is if you do scrim a lot against your rivals, you would have an idea where they would land on the map. But if that has not happened, this is going to be that this opening map on Erangel is going to give them an idea of where each team would like to land. And then going into Sanhok and Miramar as well, you give the same idea. And then when you go to the second rotation of these maps, you have a better idea and you can be a lot safer in terms of where you want to land and how you want to progress. But yeah, again, going back to the fact that you are able to play this twice, I think that's a big factor for all these teams when it comes to fixing your mistakes going forward throughout that entire day.
And in fact, if you are watching this stream right now, we would love to know who you think would be who would take the first round. So you know what, keep giving us your predictions. Who do you think is going to win the first game of the day 1 of the semifinals? And because like I'm not even playing and I am nervous for the players. My palms are sweaty. This is why I said I need unlimited supply of thumb sleeves for a reason. If I win that 10,000 as the first place.
True. I mean, it is definitely, they are going to be a little stressed out, especially getting into that game 1, right? You're in a lot of nerves until it starts. I think once you start and once you start communicating with your teammates, it gets a lot better to get into your groove, and you tend to forget that you're fighting up for such a big prize pool. And also when it goes back to the teams to look out for as well, we did see the quarterfinals go on and then the group stages, but there were standout teams. I think SITM Esports just blew away the competition with I think 130 odd kills and overall really good placement as well. I think they got 93 points from placement, which is insane, right? But you cannot,
Yeah,
like I said before, also you cannot take the rest of the teams out of the board, just because teams tend to hold on to strategies when it's a long tournament. At the beginning, you don't use as all your strategies. You don't use all your cards. You don't show all your cards, right? And you keep the aces
indeed.
till the latter part of the tournament. So I feel like there is going to be, we might see a lot of upsets as well as the day goes on. And then you have multiple semifinals as well. So as the day goes on, and as the days go, like as today goes on, as well as the next couple of days, we might see a lot more different teams coming up ahead, and in terms of kills as well as placement. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'm excited to see who comes out on top for sure.
Yeah, you said that spot on. And the best analogy for our region is cricket. This is a test match. It is,
Yeah.
in fact, a test match because we're looking at a very, very long tournament, which has brought us to the semifinals today. And you're right, as SITM Esports has been at the top, that's what everyone is gunning for, right? When you're at the top, you got to have two eyes in the back because you never know who's going to be there and who might actually be up there. And in fact, you have 7AKS who isn't that far away, and they've actually done better than the top seed with having 104 points on just placement. So they have really done pretty been very tactical there. So you're seeing as SITM Esports, you mentioned, was 131 kills which they had. So they have been playing a more aggressive plays. We also see that there is also tactical plays also coming in. So it's a mixed bag which we're getting with these teams in the top 16 semifinals. And speaking of, and if you yourself are new to PUBG, there is that element of luck. And what we mean by that is where you land and the loot that you have to get. Because a battle royale, a quick one for anyone who's watching it for the first time, you might be a friend of one of the players or family members. It is a map in which all of the teams of the 16 teams, and of which 4 players of each will be in that same map at the same time. So the luck when it comes to finding the right loot, and then at the same time you have your other loot drops or airdrops, which you may even be able to get a ghillie suit, which really changes the game. And that is what PUBG is about. It is about, even though the strongest team is there, the fact that luck is another thing which factors in, and it can change the game completely. And tactics, man, what do you think? First game, like we were just talking, it's about getting the hang of it, getting an understanding on what they're going to be doing, especially as to gauging what everyone else's strategies are. What do you think, like, the overall thing would be? Would we be seeing teams that might be just rotating on the edge of the circle, or do you think that we are going to be seeing like a mixed bag? What are you expecting?
I think each of these teams are going to be having their own strategy, right? And it will go back again to the fact that they are playing their game number 1 of the day, and they will look to. So you would have a certain team who would like to go right into the center of the circle, bunker down, hold down the fort towards at least till the last couple of circles before they look for kills. And later on, you would have teams who will play at the edge of the ring and would be looking for stranglers coming from outside of zone into zone, and look for kills early on. And then we will have teams like SITM Esports who would like to get these kills early on, and then focus on placement as well, because they have been really good at it. And then
Yep.
we have teams like you were talking about 7AKS Axe. They do have 3 chicken dinners under their belt as well. So I mean, they're the team with next to bad intentions. I think they are the only other team to have 3 chicken dinners under their belt. So that's a lot of placement points going their way. But where 7A has been good is that they have been able to couple this with multiple number of kills as well. And I think we are ready to go into game number 1.
Indeed, we are very close to getting into it, and we are going to be seeing our first map. And what's interesting with this first map is that it is something which is a neutral map, would be the best way to say it. It's not. It's a plateau, is what we have. It's Erangel, and we're just about to kick things off. It is match 1 of semifinals of the first day. It is going to be exciting. It is going to be, again, predictions, chat. Let us know what your predictions are going to be. And Tara, quick prediction. Who do you think is going to get the first round?
I mean, I want to stick with SITM Esports. Their performance throughout the qualifiers has been really good, but it will obviously come down to the performance on the day. But they look extremely strong.
Indeed, and also I'm looking at stronger esport. I know we didn't mention them yet, but they're the third seed and they have a lot to prove here. And I'm sure that they have a little bit of a mixed bag, and we are soon going to find out what is going to be happening. So, and here we go. We're now kicking things off. As you can see, it's almost everyone is officially out of the plane, and the looting has begun. And this is the time which we might even see a few quick eliminations, especially for, first to get a gun, and then sometimes you might find one or two people who still haven't really been able to get a particular weapon in. So this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at the spread on the map as well, right? Teams are avoiding each other. This is what we spoke about. We would see teams avoiding each other as much as possible through towards the early stages of the map, where the first initial circles before they close, you would tend to stick to your corner, load up, and then make your way towards the circle, because you want to have a look at where the circle is going to be ending as well. Make your predictions as to where the circle is ending, because it does not end always at the same place. So players need to make their prediction, which team gets a better prediction, which team is able to get. And meanwhile, we do have our first kill going on the board.
Yes.
It was Choka, I think, who got the first kill.
Yeah. And it looks like we have another one as well. This is what we were just talking about. We have like 2 eliminations already, and it looks like these guys are in a little bit of trouble right now. It is CMF IPG down 2 players at the moment, and they're still looking for loot. One of the players seems to be out in the ocean. Doesn't seem to be making an effort right now. Oh no!
At least safe for the time being. At least safe for the time being. He's in the middle of the ocean, and no one has seen him, so he's at least safe for the time being. But yeah, quick eliminations coming out, going to be putting them on the back foot. But they do still have 2 players alive, so it gives them a fighting chance at least to get placement points and make if they are careful enough, get into the last few rounds as well, and get as many placement points as possible. So they are going to be looking to be careful and avoid any engagements whatsoever here.
Yes, so yes, as we were just mentioning, it was 2 eliminations which in fact happened there. Look at that Lamborghini, man. You know what? Someone might actually be, they might have like a team Lamborghini. What do you think?
Yeah, that was, I think, Mamata from Nobelands was going through on that Lamborghini.
And again, as we were mentioning, we've just saw the 2 eliminations taking place as of now. And again, especially when it comes to the first circle, we do have a lot of... it is a little slow because everyone's kind of like gauging, trying to get those weapons in. And it looks like Jimmy has his eyes on someone, and it looks like it is another knock there.
Looking for the elim though, but he might not be able to find it. He is behind cover, but he is looking to try and get that elimination. Not going to be successful. They might get the revive off here. But good shots coming out from them.
Thankfully for the car.
Yeah. The Mustang.
But again, even there as well, I think he didn't have sufficient ammo there, because there was an opportunity for an elimination plus a knock if he had continued to fire onto that vehicle, because those things at the end of the day tend to go out with a bang after a couple hits.
Indeed. and that's another thing that you need to be worried about in battle royals, right? You have limited number of ammo, depending on how much you loot, like heals as well. So you have to be very careful with the resources that you put in, and any chip damage that you're doing, if you're not careful, you need to look to get the kills, rather than chipping each other down, because you're obviously going to be able to heal up, right? Like all these players are going to be carrying heals, so ammo, if you don't have enough of it, you need to be very careful with your resources.
Indeed, and also weapons-wise, what would you think? Do you think that some of these teams may have kind of like started to have one particular person as like the spotter, who is like the sniper, and maybe one who is more close quarters? Do you think that they have any of those sort of strategies where one person is specifically on the shotguns? Because we know how effective those are, especially when you're trying to push anyone or a team that is camping inside a building.
It did. I think it is very important to have a mixed composition within the team. You need to have your IGL, who is going to be calling out the shots within the game, and telling where to rotate, where he thinks that where the players are, and what type of strategy they're going to be employing. That's the IGL's job, and it is a lot of pressure on him. So he's going to be, not as interested in moving around too much. He would be constantly looking at the map and where the ring might be ending, and trying to make a decision as to where his team should be pushing forward to. So, and then on top of that, like you mentioned, you would have different types of weapons that are being used by these players depending on what you want to do. If you're going for these long range duels at the early stage, you would always want to have at least two snipers or two really good scopes on your weapons. And then if you're looking to push down teams that have bunkered up, right, you want to have those close range shotguns within your team to be able to get those quick eliminations. And we haven't spoken about the utility, right? I think grenades, molotovs are a huge deal. Smoke, especially going into those last few circles, they are going to be playing a massive part in this match.
Indeed, and we've already seen just now, as you're talking about it, we've seen a few players having, carrying 1 to 2 Molotovs, and in fact, right now here you have Twist, who has like 4 smokes and 4 grenades plus a Molotov. So they are getting those utilities in, and at the same time, something which we also see is those med packs, because at the end of the day, you need those heals coming in. You need to get a helmet. If not, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And right now you can see the map as we are now going to be slowly in just over a minute left for the first circle to start coming in. And few shots there.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of an engagement, a little bit of chip damage being done. Rolla is going to be in a little bit of trouble here.
Stronger Esports. But that's bad intentions there with that heavy spray.
Indeed. Wow.
There's a
did
knock
take
there.
A lot of damage, but he was it? Yeah, he does manage to get one there.
Yeah, it looks like, and also an elimination as well. Yeah, it looks like bad intentions have just lost one of their players.
And they were the aggressors there, right? Because they started firing first but ended up losing one. But we still do have the battle going on here. It is going to be a scuffle here on open ground as well. There isn't a lot of cover to work with, and we do see another player going down.
Yes,
that was
and it is an explosion.
Right?
Yeah, we were just mentioning that the explosion of the vehicle, getting that knock, and looks like that is a very, very, very bad way to get eliminated.
Yeah, he was in trouble, right? Because his vehicle was on fire before as well, taking a lot of damage, and then in the end getting blown up, and then getting run over for the elimination does not feel good.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Doing those 1v1s, sometimes you think that a particular enemy team is in fact with just one person, but the next thing you know, this is in fact maybe 2. So you've in fact gotten into a 2v1 situation, and that's where sometimes it's just a stroke of skill and a little bit of luck which would help you get through it.
Indeed, and what they need to be worried about as well, right? You won't see players moving around alone, like very rarely, unless they are the only man surviving, or you're a two-man squad trying to survive, you will not find players moving around alone. Meanwhile, we do have a sniper here looking for a shot, not really finding any damage with this, though, but he does have an idea that one of these players are up on the top hill, and still not managing to land a shot. Valiant effort though, making his presence known and stopping the player pushing forward.
Yeah, it looks like he just got one tag there.
Yeah, that's
And
about
this is
it.
Retaliation X, one of their team members there. And so speaking of, they are a bit spread out if you look at them there on the map. Oh
Ooh,
dear,
taking a lot of damage.
Inertia in a bit of trouble. That's Faisal who I don't think realized where he got spotted from, because he was right out in the open when he was firing those shots, and you know everyone's slowly hearing, and it looks like we also have another knock,
Oh, yeah,
and
we
in
do
fact
have another knock
maybe
there.
an elimination. Was that Stronger Esports?
Indeed, that's the second player that they lost, right? Or was it the third? I think it was the second. So they are down on numbers right now. Need to be very careful in terms of looking for these fights here. Meanwhile, we do have another engagement here. It is SITM Esports here fighting up against.
Yes, with
Wait, was that
NB
retaliation?
Esports. That was NB Esports, if I'm not mistaken, who was taking on the top seeds.
Oh, okay. So yeah, top seeds right now, we haven't seen a lot from them. They have not been too active. We haven't seen it on the the kill board here. They haven't been too active in terms of their kills, but they do tend to wait for placement as well before they do get aggressive, and we haven't seen a lot of action from them so far. Meanwhile, we are looking at CSC here a bit 1922, yeah. If
Yes,
I'm
it is
yeah,
Team
if I
Classic
can say that properly.
922.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Again,
922
guys.
hasn't gotten any eliminations yet. They haven't. I think, gotten. In fact, SITM, as we're looking at right now, they did get one elimination in.
Okay. And guys, I think Chase and I was also talking about this prior, like your in-game IDs. Make it easier for us. You don't have to make our job harder.
Indeed. Well, we got Zolex, so Zolex got it right.
Yeah. And
I'm
again,
not.
like, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go for
Chase.
it, mate. No, go for it.
Yeah, so we are looking at teams, looking for position within the map or within the circle here, looking to bunker down and moving around, looking for where there is free space, and that is what is important in a BR, right? When you are getting into circles, you need to be looking for where there is free space, otherwise you're going to be running into another team, and then it's a 50-50 flip of, not a 50-50, but it will come down to that gunfight of who comes on top, and that does, you don't want that to happen. And meanwhile, we do have another knock happening, and it
Yeah,
was a
Victor
full
Gaming getting
elimination
a
here.
knock. Yes, it is an elimination right there, which we just see.
And in the meantime, we are looking at Classic. Was it Classic Esports?
Yes, there's nine. I think we should just go with 922. Team Classic.
922. Okay.
Yeah.
Team Classic. We are looking at them getting some high ground here. Looking again, these players are searching for where they can come into the the ring and where they can bunker up in, and that's
And it
exactly
is
what they're
another
looking.
knock there. NB Esports seems to have had a problem there with a knock. Hopefully, they might be able to make a quick recovery of their team player. And taking a quick look at the leaderboard here, which you'd see on the right of your screen, we have. And this is as the game is progressing, you would see that this would continue to change as we're right now looking at the eliminations. So Equinox in with 3, in fact, leading. Looks like NB is in a bit of trouble again. Another knock. Quick revive being done.
Yeah, NB is in
I
a bit of
always
trouble
freak
here.
out
We have
doing.
one team. Yeah, we have
One of
one
the
team
worst
with
things
just one
possible
player,
is a
right?
revive next to a vehicle. Sorry, we do. I believe we have that is CMF. He's a bit of a lone ranger.
Indeed, and he's going to be looking to, rat it out, make sure that he's undercover the entire time, not give away his position, and look for these placement points. And that's the best that you can expect when you're the last man standing. But we have had situations where the last man standing can go on to win the map, even without, being very active across and, going in third partying at the right moment. That's what we call it, right? You need to get in that third party at the exact moment to be able to convert that a situation like that. But meanwhile, again, we do have NB Esports there taking a bit of tech damage there, but he will be backing off, and he's the only player who has moved out, right? The rest of his teammates have bunkered down for the time being.
At the moment, yes, and I think that's what we're kind of seeing. We're seeing one person trying to like get those extra kills, if they can, or rather, eliminations to be more precise. Try to get those extra eliminations in, and then at the same time, they're still holding back some of their cards. That's a very interesting strategy, and the vehicles matter a lot. And right now, we have another knock, I believe, which took place. We have NB Esports taking on Noob Alliance and gets a knock
getting
there.
one down here. There is retaliation coming out, but Mamata was left alone and he will go down here. There is retaliation coming in. The rest of Noob Alliance is moving forward here to take this fight, but they are already a man down to try and take this fight.
Jimmy is also down with an, unfortunately, from a nade right there. So that's like a 2 knocks, I believe, that we are having for Noob Alliance. Oh, they did manage to maybe do a quick res, but no eliminations yet.
And I think there was another team involved in this engagement. Wasn't there another team involved? I think they were getting crossfired on.
Yeah, and actually, if you just look at this, this is the perfect view there. We are having close quarters taking place, and it is actually between 2 houses and on a perimeter of one of the houses. And yes, as soon as those things happen, where it becomes loud, that's when the other teams tend to converge and try to get those extras in. And there you have Lucy, who's in trouble. That's
he does get shot from behind, right?
Yep. He did get shot from behind. As we were just mentioning, as soon as people hear the extra noise, then they tend to converge, trying to get those extra kills. And this was started off, by NB Esports and Noob Alliance, 2 of them, and another knock there by a nade. The nades haven't really been on the side of Noob Alliance. That's a second knock and an elimination there. We're seeing, in fact, 2 eliminations for them with just 1 person standing and with 1 knock. It looks like the smoke is coming in for hopefully a revive there. We might see NB Esports maybe making the push and try to do a team elimination.
Yeah, and one of these teams have been getting these kills during this third part here. It has been SITM who got involved in this engagement, managed to get a couple of eliminations there under their belt. And also, it was OPX coming out on top with 4 kills under their belt. With all 4 standing, they are in a really good position right now.
And just speaking of team eliminations, we have our first team elimination. CMF IPG has been eliminated. Unfortunately, last person standing was not able to continue on.
Yeah, and we do have CSC losing a couple of players as well. 1 knocked, 2 alive for the time being, trying to fight it out. And again, we do see Noob Alliance under a lot of pressure. There is a nades being flown out. We have Totter and Jimmy just hiding for the time being. I think one of them is knocked as well. Unless there was
it is another revive coming in. The 2 knocks, does it seem? Or yes, I was just about to wonder what was happening with our second seed, and we are just having a quick look at them. Right, actually, no, this is in fact Astra Esports, which we're having a look at right now. Being caught out in the open, trying to toss those nades, maybe. But no, it looks like they are, in fact, unfortunately, there's 1 knock there. 2 knocks, in fact.
they are being gate kept here, right? Because there are snipers looking at them. So we have NB Esports doing a really good job of covering all the angles. They're keeping the pressure up on the Nubalans crew, who is hiding behind the wall, and then they are looking towards the mountain side where they are firing at 2A as well. So they're keeping everyone at bay, getting in chip damage, and making sure their position is known, and that you ain't getting anywhere close by to them. Oh, these
Yeah,
gates are
and
on
we
point.
have our next circle coming in as well in the midst of all of this.
Now, and we see more eliminations going down, more knocks happening. It's basically a bloodbath here. The fight started out just with two teams. It was Nubalans and NV Sports taking the fight, and now everyone has joined in here, and we have knocks left, right, and center here.
Yep. Right now, trying to keep an, chat, make sure that you're keeping an eye on the left side of the screen. You can see the tickers going, one knock after the other, eliminations taking place. It is chaos right now. And, we seem to have just gotten caught in the eye of the storm. That's what we are witnessing. And we are seeing knocks, we're seeing eliminations, we're seeing random explosions which have also caused knocks, and the circle is coming in and staying out of the ring and being on the outside. And there you just saw that. Oh, that was, I think, I'm not sure if he just got knocked there by eliminated by a person, or was it the zone that eliminated him? Oh, even a
I think it
molly.
was a zone, right?
We just saw a molly as well on the counter, on the elimination counter.
And
Outside
meanwhile, I
play
think
zone. We just had
Nubalans
we had a
lost.
knock outside play zone. And as
Yep.
these circles are getting smaller, what we see is that your health reduces faster if you're outside the zone. And sometimes there's no chance of getting revived, as you just saw there. Another elimination taking place by the zone. We should also have an elimination counter for the zone itself. As like an independent person.
Independent player. But while we were discussing this, we did see so many nades, so many utility kills coming out, especially from SITM as well as in the esports there, and they are in a really good position. Like I feel like the people who are in the middle right here, bunkering down, they're doing a really good job of stopping anyone coming in from outside the zone, and that's why we have had so many players dying outside of zone, and they have been really good at
Yes.
doing this. We have so many dying to grenades as well as just chip damage plus the zone damage coming out.
Yeah, and this is all happening like in like split second decisions which these teams are making. Sometimes, while you are bunkering down, you kind of want to maybe get those extra eliminations in, and you want to go out, but keep to the strategies, hold on, bunker down, as you mentioned. And we've seen NB Esports seem to have actually gotten that strategy right for them.
Yeah, again, ring prediction is vital here. So NB did really good in terms of loading up early, making the ring prediction and bunkering down, and making sure that they do take the proper fights here. And again, we see more and more knocks going across, as well as elimination. A really good utility coming out there from SITM, Jobu as well, I think. And we have still NB Esports just bunkering down inside this house and doing a really good job of keeping everyone away from there. And again, we do have a net knock. Again, it was Jobu getting that knock there. So much happening, and it's down to the sixth circle here. So we are, if you can look at the map on the right hand top side, you can see how small it has gotten, and we still have 6 teams remaining with 18 players alive. So a lot can go down here. As this circle closes down and the next one starts closing in, we are going to see a bit more of a live kill feed. It's already been very hectic for all these players, and this is where the team IGL comes into play, right? Because you want your entire team to be making unified decisions instead of everyone looking for their individual fights, and the IGL is what keeps them at basically looking at the same objective. And I think having a really good IGL is what allows these teams to be as good.
Indeed, and we're going to have 10 seconds left for the next circle. 6 teams remaining. You would have noticed that things have slowed down a little bit. Everyone is bunkering down in their respective houses. So this means that when the next circle comes in, there's going to be a push outside of these respective houses or buildings which they are in. They're trying to get a few. There is one who is always trying to see if they can get, be in the scout. Trying to see if any of the other teams are moving out. And a nade right there, taking out a knock. In fact, not an elimination yet. And this is a beautiful circle, to be honest, for us to start off with. There's a lot more strategy coming in, especially when it's all buildings. Everyone is using their utilities, as you mentioned, Tara. This is where things are going to start changing just right about now. The circle is coming in.
Indeed, and now this is where everyone, we have already seen 2 teams go out, so it's down to the last 6 teams and 17 players are remaining here.
Yes, and NB is making that push in. SITM, very low, lucky.
But NB is taking damage from 2 different teams, right?
Yep, they were the first to move because their building was the one to first get affected by the zone, so they had to get out of there. So while their positioning was very good just before this, it was putting them in a critical position of getting damage from the zone. Hence, they had to make that push. They have 1 elimination with one of their team members eliminated, with 1 having been knocked, 2 still standing.
Yeah, and again, we are seeing the kill feed light up right now. We have resurrections coming out. BIT did manage to get a couple of reses off here, so they're still okay, and they have good position here in terms of where they're at, and they will be able to hold it
seems to only have also been in trouble. I think we just saw. I think SITM just got eliminated, the top seed. We just saw a knock followed by another nade, which created the knock.
Push coming through here. Holy moly, that push coming out. That's an insane push, and even the Molotov almost taking out a player from OPX there, but did manage to survive. But that was a massive push coming out from OPX there.
Yeah, and NB Esports is out.
Oh wow!
That push eliminated them. SITM, I believe, is out, and NB Esports.
Indeed, leaving 1 strangler here. We have 1 player left alone here. Actually, he is with his teammate. So we have duos here with I think 2 full squads. Actually, BIT only has 2, I think, left. So these teams are scattered, right? There is the only full man team here is going to be OPX there on the left-hand side, who is bunkered down inside a building.
Okay, zone is coming in again.
Down to the last few seconds here, and 11 players remaining. Who can go away with the chicken dinner here is going to be the question. They're all looking for the win here, and again we do have a push coming out.
Equinox is just left with one player left, I think.
The elimination coming out, yeah.
Yeah, no. Actually, no. They have I think 1 more player who's still standing there.
Oh,
but OPX again. 2 players holding on, 1 with a knock, trying to get that quick res.
Might be baiting the res as well, right? They might actually bait the res as well, and I look for the last player because they couldn't find the last player. But that is not going to be the case. Again, a lot of damage coming out. Equinox still standing strong there, holding on.
It's like everyone's now in 1 building.
Oh, wow. Equinox takes out another there. That's from OPX. OPX in trouble. They're losing 1. Down to the last 7 players and 4 different teams within these 7 players. So it's a lot of placement points still available.
Yep, we see again the use of the utilities. It seems that a lot of the players are now just down to their smoke. I think we just saw a molly being tossed.
And STR also still surviving with two players. Most of these teams do only have one or two players left. Here, STR are healing up for the time being. I think they have the best position, if I'm not mistaken. They might get pushed out. They need to be careful, though. Yeah, I think
I think
they
they are at
have.
the they I think have advantage. I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think they have the advantage of staying behind the wall, and everyone else who's going to have to exit the building is going to take some damage from the circle or fall damage. And it looks like
wow.
OPX with another push there. OPX unknown has been taken down. Two teams left.
And they are down to the last three players remaining. Equinox gets another onto
Two
BITX
teams.
there. And two teams remaining, three players, last man
Strong
alive,
Esports
Equinox.
with the toss. Oh,
Oh,
looks
he's the
like he's.
last man.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Equinox
he's done
twist.
for.
It's a 1v2. He makes the jump,
Jumps down.
risking it, and taken down. It is, in fact, Stronger Esports with the first chicken dinner of this evening. And how
And
about
what a
that?
performance, right? And the fact that,
Indeed.
right, we spoke about they might have the advantage that they only had two players remaining. We had OPX with all four players remaining. We had Equinox with all four remaining coming into that last few struggles there. And the Strong Esports, they were down on numbers, but they did have position there, and they played it to absolute perfection. They were the last one. I think you mentioned this. Every other team had to move before them, and they were tucked up behind the wall there, and they played it very safe towards that latter part and waited for everyone else to fight. And third party at the exact moment to be able to get that first chicken dinner of this semi-final. And what a performance coming out from them. Let's take a look at the
Indeed.
scoreboard. I think we should have it on screen right now, and we will have a look at who has got the most eliminations out here.
So
There we have it,
there
Chase.
we go. We have the highest eliminations was Equinox Twist with 7. The highest damage SITM has gotten that. The highest assists is a choker by Equinox. Then we have Faisal with the most amount of healing. He has been the healer for them with 477 heals. And then we have the highest amount of knockouts. That's RX sensor.
What this shows you, right? Because we are looking at number 1 here, but it does show the second and third place, and a constant across these 5 are that you do have STR Esports among almost all of them, right? The only one where they are not been seen here is for the highest healing done. But if you take the number of knockouts, the highest eliminations, our highest damage, STR is a constant. And then you have Equinox, who did hold a very strong position until that very latter part of the game where they were forced to take that fight moving out of that building. But I think overall, I think these are a solid game number 1. I wasn't expecting this much action coming out from game number 1. I thought the teams will play it a lot slower in game number 1, but let's have a look at who did come out on top. Let's take a look at the number 1 player for game number 1 in a little while. And Chase, I think going back to what happened within the game, right? Don't you think it was a lot faster than what you expected?
Indeed. And we did see, especially in the very beginning, we got those very quick eliminations. And you are very correct. It wasn't as slow as we were expecting it. And things really started to heat up even by the time that the 4th circle was coming in, especially the 5th and 6th were to the point that I think you and I were just like, you know what? Kill count, elimination counter is there. Let's just observe this. If we are going to go word for word, we are probably going to be doing a book of records of some sort as like the fastest talking casters because those counters. And if you look at it, the strategy, if you everyone kind of like bunkered down at just before the last circle came in. Things slowed down. That was just like that calm before the storm. You knew what was going to happen. Quick
Yeah.
peeks just to get a gauge as to where the other team is, and then at the same time you had that spotter who was trying to get those hits in, trying to give those damages, maybe try to get a knock, if not an elimination, just to make sure that the other team is losing out on a health pack, or maybe even like the other utilities. So they were very tactical. And speaking of tactical, we got to talk about what happened there at the final circle. Stronger Esports was hiding behind a wall.
It did, and I think it goes back to
they were
the call,
out
right?
in the open, right? Everyone else was in their buildings, protected by walls and just a window. And right now, we're gonna see who, in fact, is the top player.
Yeah, and the top player for game number 1 is going to be from Equinox. I think we did see Equinox have a really good performance across the map with 7 eliminations coming out, 695 damage. It is going to be Equinox Twist who takes the top player spot for game number 1 here. We have a couple of close contenders. We have from OPX, we have again from Equinox, we do have Keg. What do you want to go with? But we have from STR as well. We had Sensor and
Kage,
from OPX. Kage?
I think
it's Kage.
Kage.
Okay.
Kage GG.
Yeah, okay. A Naruto reference. Okay.
Indeed.
But but then from OPX we have Mikfall. Okay. But yeah, across the board, I think Equinox did have a really good performance, but SJR coming out on top in terms of, placement, because they did get the chicken dinner, but we will have to, compare the number of kills taken against the placement to see who is leading the chart at the end of game number 1 here.
Yeah, and we did have our match predictions. Who did you predict?
I think we did go with the STI Esports there, but I think they did get knocked pretty early. Let's find out.
Let's find out right now. Let's find out. Yeah. Here comes the placements. So here we go. Stronger Esports. With that chicken dinner. How about that? And the total points of 23. And then we have RGC OPEX with a total points of 19, with Bad Intentions following them with NB Esports at a tie of 12 points. So Equinox taking that big one, right? We have Equinox with 13 eliminations and 25 points and 12 on the placement points. How about that?
Yeah, I think that last man surviving there inside the building. Yes, he did end up going down in the end to the duo from Stronger Esports there, but he did manage to stay alive long enough to get them that second place, and the entire team working together very well to get those eliminations. Again, it goes down to predicting the circle, as well as thinking about where you want to bunker down at, and this is where the luck comes into play as well, right? If the ring is not in your favor, what are you going to do? How are you going to get out? And the fights that you take afterwards. So you need to be pinpoint in terms of your prediction, as well as if it doesn't work out, what are you going to do? You need to make a plan for every step and what can happen. And this is where the IGL from Equinox has done a really good job. They did manage to get into the circle, and they did manage to bunker down, as well as go for those eliminations, third party at the right moment, and get those eliminations in to get themselves to the number 1 positions in the standings after match number 1 though. But I think Chess, you mentioned Stronger Esports being a really good contender, even though they were 3rd seed, but coming in very strong here, surviving towards the latter part and getting the chicken dinner for game number 1 as well. I mean,
yeah, and those extra points which come with getting the chicken dinner, it is something that's very important. But let's just go back to Equinox. The amount of eliminations that they got, 13. That is insane. A lot. Yeah, that's like getting one from almost every team that was out there, and that's kind of like where we're like seeing that, right? Like that intensity, and then at the same time,
Yeah, I think Equinox. I just want to mention. I don't think Equinox were within even the top five coming into in terms of seeding. I don't think they were even within that top five coming into this semi-final game. I'm just taking a look at the standings. So the top five were Stronger Esports. I'm sorry, SITM Esports. Then 7AKS, Axe, Stronger Esports, Astra Esports, Victor Gaming, and Inertia Esports. So these are your top teams, but we are not even seeing Equinox within that top five. But I did mention that teams do have strategies coming into the latter part of the tournament, and we did see it coming out from them. Yes, they did get lucky in terms of ring placement. They did have a little bit of luck working their way, but that final circle, the performance, the eliminations coming out, the usage of their utility to get those knocks without putting themselves in danger and looking for those perfect third-party opportunities, managed to get them that top standing there. And I think that's a massive performance coming out from them. And this just goes to show the quarterfinal standings are not going to count for anything throughout this semi-final. I think all these teams do deserve to be here.
And in fact, let's just take a quick look at the point system for everyone's understanding, because we just went through that just before the game. And that means 15 points is what you're going to be getting if you're on the first place. Second gets 12 points, third 10, fourth 8, fifth 6 points, followed with the sixth place for 7th, 2, 8 to 12th, 1. And for each elimination, an additional point. If you are between 13 to 16, unfortunately, there are no points which you'll be getting. So everyone would work towards that, that top 5, then try to work towards that top 3. And there's a lot on the line. We just saw our first game today. And this is, if you've just tuned in, this is the PMNC South Asia wildcard. And this is an opportunity for these teams. The top 5 teams qualify for the PUBG Mobile's Pro Leagues. It is taking them to that international stage. We have right now, within this wildcard, the South Asia wildcard, we have $30,000 at stake. And there is a opportunity for the first place to get $10,000 from it, which can change not only their lives, but also the overall esports, the team itself. Give them more opportunities to go against the other regions. And this is a lot. This is the first time that we are actually going to something of this level within this region. And we've just saw, what this region has to offer. This region offers where it is about taking on those frags, those eliminations, taking them, seeing those opportunities, taking it, and not, letting up, not withdrawing. I don't think we saw any of the teams decided to retreat per se. They always did a heal, and then afterwards continued to fight those battles. And that shows that there's a lot of intensity and a lot of excitement in these games.
Yeah, and I think the fact that what you mentioned, right? It is $30,000 in prize money, as well as the fact that they do have that chance to get into the pro leagues, and then if they do perform well there as well, to get into the global championship. And that's what these teams are looking for. But looking at the prize pool breakdown here, it's still a lot of money going down the line, especially for a region like this. It's a lot of money coming in for all these players who are taking part. And up until 16th place, there is money to be won for these players who are taking part in the semi-finals. So there is a lot of money on offer, but the difference between being number 1 and then going back down to number 2 and 3, you're losing out on a lot. So getting that number 1 is what these players are going to be looking for. Yes, top 5 qualifies, but when you look at the prize pool, do you really want to be dividing 5,000 between 4 players, or is it going to be that $10,000 that you want to be getting to divide? Because the difference between getting one or first or second, it is massive. It is not a small change. It is definitely half the prize pool that you're getting by the time you hit second place, and then going down the line you're getting even less money. So yes, top 5 goes to the pro leagues, but you want that money, right, Chase?
Oh, indeed. And, we have to mention that these 16 teams didn't just, once served an invitation. These 16 teams, we're looking at 256 in game qualifiers, 256 teams that qualified to the group stages, and they have come from that. We have 10 that have come from that. And then we have three teams from the PUBG Mobile Club Open Asia Spring 2022, and three teams from the PUBG Mobile Club Open Asia Fall 2022. So it's not, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
It's obvious that these teams are going to be making it. No, these teams have had to grind and had to fight off a lot of competition to get to even the semi-final stage, and this itself is an like a round of applause right there for just being able to come to this level. And as you saw with the prize money itself, no one is walking away empty-handed, and that is the beauty of it. Being able to work this far, and there is at least a little piece of the chicken dinner for everybody.
Exactly, and that is going to be very important, right? So that you're not discouraged at the end of the day if you don't make it to that top five. There is still incentive for these players to fight for across the prize pool, and that's a massive thing to have. And then going back to what you said, right? Because only 11 teams qualify from these semifinals into the grand finals, and then we have I think 5 teams from PMPL South Asia Fall 2022 who are going to be taking up the last 5 spots in the grand final. So the format itself has allowed a lot of these players to come forward and compete against the best of the best to prove a point that I am better than everyone else, and that's what they're looking to do. I think
indeed.
Yeah, I think we have the rosters coming up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, here we go. And we have ISSL, Noob Alliance, NB Esports. Over to you, mate.
Equinox, RGC, OPEX, and we have Retaliation X. We have CMF, IPG. We did see a lot of these teams perform really well. SITM Esports, 7A Case, Axe. They were the second seed. Stronger Esports getting the chicken dinner in game number 1. Astra Esports. We have Victor Gaming, Inertia Esports, and also basically Bad Intentions X and Team Classic 922, B Esports, and MAKPEN. And I was pleasantly surprised that looking at the standings coming in, the fact that these teams did outperform what they did in the qualifiers just in game number 1, right? We didn't see the top seed just dominated the competition, and that's exactly what we want to see. And you do have the standings after game number 1 here. We have Equinox, who just outperformed absolutely everyone, getting 13 eliminations under their belt with that second place placement points and taking the overall number 1 standings. And also Strong Esports coming in, they were the third seed and they did manage to get the chicken dinner as well. So I think they're a very constant in terms of their performance, and we did see that in terms of the number of eliminations, the number of assists, the kills going out, as well as the healing, and all of that combined. I think Strong Esports are a very constant team. But SITM Esports coming in at top seed, they did not manage to put out that performance that they were looking for. Only ended up getting 6th in overall standings. They did manage to get 4 eliminations, and they were caught off guard as well. They were taking a lot of damage coming into that circle from different teams. And going back down the line, 7 AKS Axe were the second seed, but they were the second team to get taken out as well, with 0 points overall, with no eliminations coming out from them as well. And then we had teams like Noob Alliance, where we did see the first scuffle chase, where the entire mayhem where it broke out was Noob Alliance versus NB Esports. That was the initial fight that started out everything else that happened afterwards. And Noob Alliance did falter, and they were one of the first teams to go out in those final circles. But and NBA Esports, they did hold strong. They did have a really good position. They kept a lot of the teams at bay, and a lot of these players died to the zone just because of what NBA Esports were doing. But in the end, they were in a very unfavorable situation, being forced outside where they were bunkered at, taking damage from multiple teams trying to rotate out, and in the end falling behind. But overall, I mean, the star of that game number one had to be Equinox, right? It was such a massive performance coming out from them.
Indeed, and I'm glad you also brought up our second seed, 7AKS X. While they were in the quarterfinals at second place, they didn't get any points, and that is something which is probably going to play on them psychologically, especially being number 2 in the overall standings in the qualifiers. So it is about trying to, especially if you're the IGL, trying to get that team refocused. Just shrug it. Don't worry about it. We still have another round. We have multiple rounds today. We got like 5 more left, 5 more games. So what do you think might be going through the mind of especially those that had not scored any points? I think that is something which we are praising those in like the top 5, but then how about those right at the bottom who had early exits? Some unfortunate.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that this is where the IGL and majority of the teams do have their coaches as well, and I feel like this is where they come into play. They need to get their team back up and motivated to go back in. Just forget game number one. This is a completely different map. We go back in, we re-strategize, and we try to make the best of it. And regardless of what you're doing, just have fun, right? It's all about enjoying what you're doing as well. So they need to have fun. But going into
Indeed.
this game number two, Chase, what do you think? Predictions?
Yes.
Fast predictions for game number two.
Predictions. You know what? I'm just gonna stick to stronger esport again. Actually, yeah, I want to see if they can come up all the way to the top. Get a feeling that it might be chicken dinner plus number 1 placement. Let's see. How
Let's
about you?
see.
It's Miramar.
Uh, yeah, it is Miramar for game number two, and I feel like I don't want to change in terms of what they did perform, but I would want to see back to back really good performance coming out from team like Equinox. They had such a good performance in game number one, and I want to see a similar performance coming out from them. And I do want that top seed SITM Esports to show us what they're capable of, because they were obviously capable of getting that top seed coming in. They were the number one team after the qualifiers with multiple eliminations, and we barely got to see anything from them in that game number one. So hopefully, with Miramar coming out, we might have a different, standings at the end of game number two here.
Yeah, and Miramar itself is a map which is very unforgiving. I
Mhm.
think because of those hills, it is a sniper's paradise. If you get your hands on an 8x, I have feeling that an 8x scope is what everyone is trying to find, and we have almost everyone who's out of the plane now, and quite early. No one at looks like El Ponzo might be. Yeah, looks like there are a few who waited for the last minute, and we've just see a few of the teams touching ground, starting off with that loot. And are we going to see any early frags? This is a day one, match 2, and we're in Miramar of the PMNC South Asia wildcard semifinals.
Yeah, and again, we do see teams avoiding each other, but we might have an early engagement here. Two teams have landed close by to each other. It has been 7AKX and Equinox who have
And
landed. This is number
Equinox.
one team, and number one team right now versus almost bottom barrel, fighting it out, or duking it out at the very beginning of this map number two.
And they both got shotguns. A few
Indeed,
hits coming in there.
they are avoiding it. Equinox Shoka did a significant amount of damage, forcing the player to run away. So they are now barreling down, looking to get some chip damage off, and look at where the rest of the team and rest of the players are at from each of these teams before they do start pushing out here and try taking a fight.
Yeah, and it kind of like feels like we have continued where we've left off. Everyone's back in buildings again in this area here. We have 7AKS and Equinox this time. Again, trying to gauge this situation where everyone is placed. Are they all like in one building? Are they in like multiple? So you have one who is on the roof, trying to see if they can get, again, like you said, chip damage and get an understanding of where the team is positioned. But you kind of see that little by little that they've seemed to have created a bit of separation. And I
Hmm.
think both teams are looking at focusing on getting that extra loot before they go into an engagement, because without the vest, the helmet, you are going to be in a fair degree of trouble.
Yeah, and it goes back to playing it a little bit safe, right? Respecting the other team, and you don't. Both teams obviously don't want to get eliminated early, and they know that it is way too early in the game to try and take that risk, because if either one of them get eliminated, they are going to be walking away with 0 points. Even if you get an elimination, you're just getting 1 point to take home after game number 2. So the team that is actually worried about this is going to be 7AKX, who did not have a really good showing in that game number 1. So they are a little bit more careful in terms of how they want to take this fight than Equinox. But then also they do need to try and keep that performance constant, so they are also playing it a lot more careful. And these are the problems with early engagements. It is whether I take it, whether I go for those early eliminations and risk it, or whether I just play it really safe and try to get those
And
placement points as
speaking
well.
of, NB Esports has gotten 2 knocks on a different area of the map. That is, I believe it is Bad Intentions. 2 of their members were knocked, but we have not
Mhm.
seen in fact, there is 1 elimination that has taken place during our time of within this first circle. Just going back to this engagement here. If you're wondering why we're here, we're looking at those who won the previous round and the second place in the overall quarterfinal match standings. So there's a lot at stake for both. And what I feel right now is Equinox is relatively relaxed with this, and they seem more confident with 7AK seem to be taking it by the stride, but they're not really looking for that push. I feel that there's a bit of apprehension taking place here.
Indeed, I think it goes back to how they do want to play as well, and they both teams are safe, right? You mentioned that they have gotten some space between them, and it is true, right? And we did see another elimination on the kill feed there. So down to
Yes, we
58
got
players.
IP CMF. Yep, CMF IPG had an elimination there. I believe it was it SITM which got it. I'm not entirely sure.
Yes, I think so. If my eyes are not deceiving me, if because I caught it for a moment, and I'm pretty sure it was SITM. And this is again them getting a little bit aggro at the start, looking for those kills, looking for those rotations into the brink as well. But again, going back to this engagement that is happening, these two teams cannot move without taking this engagement as well. So both the teams are looking and prodding and looking for a way that they can take this engagement and come out on top as well. So they really cannot move away from this position while one of these teams are still around.
Yep, and it looks like Equinox has infiltrated, but doesn't actually realize that there's one of the 7AKS on the roof. But Equinox had 3 of their members inside that building at that time. So a very close call there. What do you think is probably going through the mind of the 7AKS IGL? Do you think that he's like, hey, you know what? Let's maybe try to make a push here. Oh, and it looks like he did. Equinox has 1 having gotten knocked. 7AKS might be trying to turn the tide.
Yeah, and I think that
More
goes
shots.
to the angles that they have taken. They have taken, they are not all clustered together. They are flanking from different directions, giving them a better angle as to what is happening and where these players are at, and giving them more information to try and take this fight. Whereas Equinox has barreled down inside the building. We have a couple of shots being fired here and there. It was doing no damage at all for the time being. At least a couple of mollies being thrown out. There is support
Yeah,
coming
but
in,
looks
and they
like
know
there's
that
a
there is only one
push.
player remaining inside
They're
the
going
building, and they're
up.
pushing this hard.
Oh, and the Twist is in trouble trying to get away and got caught during their crossing. And it is an elimination. Equinox is just lost one of their members, and there is one more who seems to be in a bit of trouble. That push has not taken place yet.
Yeah, and again,
Joker
we were
is
talking about
stuck.
information. But one
Yeah,
player is
it looks
extremely
like
low.
I think they're kind of just trying to heal up before that push. It's a 1v1 here, right across the corridor, and there goes a flash. Oh, that was a quick. That was smooth.
Indeed, very
And
smooth, but they
there's
do put
another.
forward.
Yeah, it is a
Find
two
it.
more. Another elimination there with, I believe, one knock. Equinox in trouble.
Yeah, last man surviving from the team that is at the top. So that's the third player on the side of Equinox being eliminated with just one remaining. Where's the last player?
I think we had
Died.
a team
All
elimination.
four? Yeah, team.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see
I
any
didn't catch
dots
the
on the
last one.
map. Yeah, I think.
Might have missed the last one.
You know, this actually felt like it was you know what it actually felt like, that we were just watching a documentary in the Serengeti, and how the predator attacks the prey, gauging it out,
Yeah.
trying to get an understanding, and getting a feel. And that is kind of like what happened. 7 AKS were not really pushing. Equinox seemed much more confident at that time, and then next thing you know, the script was flipped, and one after the other they fell, and Equinox 922 has been given an early exit in the second match here on the map of Miramar.
Yeah,
That would
I
probably
really love
give
the way
a
that
good
Equinox played,
moral
right?
boost. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, like
I love the way that, sorry, not the Equinox, like 7A,
you mean, yes.
7A played, right? Because of the fact that you mentioned where they were, like proper predators, they're taking it slow, gauging it out, looking for those angles. And when they moved out, they had more information than Equinox did, and that's exactly why they were able to push those solo players bunker up within those buildings. And that's just a good IGL coming out from 7A there. To turn the tides there, and we are looking at yet another engagement with, it's a 3v4 by the looks of it.
And we also saw on the feed a knock as well. Well, we have Hopeless from 922. And that's Team Classic 922 to be more precise. BIT, that's Bad Intentions, has one man down. They have lost one, who's been eliminated there. And it looks like it is now open season right here.
Oh, it is a proper here. Multiple players going down.
Hopeless is all by themselves. They're rather eliminated, and we have, in fact, just one with about total eliminations. Grenadier. That is it. Yep, it looks like we have Team Classic
Seriously?
as well been taken out. Wait a minute. Actually, Equinox has one person remaining. Where was Kage?
That's why I was so sure.
There
That's
we
why I
go.
was
Now
so
Kage
sure.
was eliminated. Where was he? I couldn't find him on the map. I didn't see him.
Same here, because I was so sure that we didn't see the fourth player go down, and it turned out to be that he was actually hiding away. But 7AK managed to finally get the last player on the side of Equinox there to finish them off. That's the number one team from after game number one being taken out extremely early in this match number 2 here.
I actually thought that we missed it just during the switch from one to the other player, because as that happened, that there was a green crate. That was where, and then as soon as I looked at the map, I saw no Equinox. but he did hold out for a little longer. But it seems that unfortunately they could not get on any additional frags.
Indeed, and
And
it was definitely a tough one, right? It was a massive
indeed it
fight
is.
between, yeah. And these players are in a scuffle right now. Even we have CMF. Meanwhile, we do see eliminations or rather knocks happening across the map, and RX here taking quite a bit of damage. Someone is shooting him from behind.
Yeah, and it's not easy traveling. Oh, that
Oh,
is. Oh no, that is unfortunate. Wasn't able to get out of that vehicle in time. Trying to go in for a quick res. And we have SITM, in fact, taking on NB Esports with 2 knocks there. And we have, in fact, it is a 7 AK, I think, there, which we just saw. SITM, again, this time pushing a bit harder, it looks like. NB Esports seems to be in a bit of trouble. 2 of their members have been eliminated. And trying to hold them off is NB Esports. Maybe a quick rescue coming in there, but it seems that PUBG is getting into a little bit of the action right now. The Vector Gaming. We didn't see a lot from Victor Gaming last time around. We are seeing a bit more. They seem to have just gotten the quick knock in there. So again, this is one of those maps in which, being in the vehicle, it is not the most suited. The terrain is difficult to navigate more often than not, especially if you're trying to go uphill. It isn't as easy as Erangel. And as you just saw, 2 instances where those who have been in a vehicle have gotten into a fair degree of trouble. SITM having lost just 1 member with 1 who has been knocked at this time. VG just losing a player there, as you would have seen on the feed. And another knock there by 7AKS, as in fact has lost and rather been knocked there. And we are just into the 3rd circle. So things are now going to start picking up. And Tara, it looks like we are going to maybe start seeing the madness start right now. It is a top of the hill is probably what every team is trying to go for to get that vantage point. And right now it looks like we have maybe like a BIT, bad intentions. In fact, stronger esports eliminated by OPS.
That's the second place, the team that got that chicken dinner in that game number 1 being eliminated quite early
Yeah,
as well. And
my,
SITM
my, my
performing really well.
prediction gone. Eliminated.
This is where anything can happen, right? This is why I love Battle Royale so much. Just because the team won that game number 1 does not mean they will perform well in the second one, or with even if they will win. But this is exactly why BR is such a fun type of genre of game to watch as well as cast as well. Anything can happen. And meanwhile, like Chess said, I think they are playing King of the Hill so far. Everyone on top of hill looking for cover and has gotten themselves a bit of a scope there, whether it's 2x or 8x there, and looking for these kills here. Meanwhile, RX taking a lot of damage, but the shots coming through. That is a knock there and an elimination to follow up, and that's going to be MB Esports being eliminated very early yet again, and 11 teams left so far. SITM in open rounds need to be a little bit careful. And while they do move into the zone there and to bunker down inside a house, Desert is all the way outside. But again, looking for different positions there. BITX again in a really good position so far, managing to find cover in this open map that we have, and doing a really good job in taking up separate angles as well. You don't want to be clustered up together. Also, you need to be looking at different angles, to take these fights. Meanwhile, a bit of chip damage being done by BITX on to 7AK, the team that did take out the number 1 team at the very start of this game number 2. They are taking a little bit of chip damage. But like going back to what we were talking about, right? We have in terms of standings, the two teams that were ahead being already eliminated. The team that won the chicken dinner the previous time being eliminated quite early as well. Like, we will have a new team winning chicken dinner in this game number 2. So we across the day with 6 games, and like meanwhile we have Mamata from ISSL Noob Lions taking out one there. Will get an elimination there under their belt. So down to 36 players remaining across 11 teams. So a couple of these teams are missing a few players. It should be 44 players. So a few of these teams are going to be missing one or two players who have got eliminated. Meanwhile, we did see another knock coming out. That is going to be from 7X, and that's the elimination as well. So getting another alien, that should be their 5th, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And we have more and more action happening as the ring closes in. It is on the 4th ring so far. Jimmy from ISSL finds another onto Alpha. That was elimination. Mamata with the elimination in the end. The knock came through and the elimination to follow up. So we have the kill feed lighting up for the side of ISSL. Lucifer taking out another there on the side of 2A. And Chase, we have Astra Esports being eliminated there, and down to the last 10 teams. And we did see a lot of these teams that did not perform as well in that game number 1, joining the elimination feed here.
In fact, yes, that is something which is very true. It is the fact that we've seen this time around those that did not necessarily perform in the last game, in fact, are getting those extra eliminations in, and it is another elimination. In fact, which we have Victor Gaming has been also taken down there. So we're now starting to see, with just 9 teams left, we are about another a minute 40 left for the next circle for that to start encroaching. And it is anybody's game right now. You want to revise your predictions? That is, I think, what I got to ask you.
While we were actually thinking about that, we do have SITM taking on 7AX as well. Those were the top 2 seeds coming in from the qualifiers. They were having a bit of a scuffle, and a third party coming through there as well. It was from BITX, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, these fights are happening across, and everyone is looking to get those eliminations. And again, we do have the elimination feed light up with 7X getting another there, and they do find the elimination on to 7X SITM. Yeah,
I think that was an accident. I think if I just saw that right, I think he accidentally went over one of his own team members.
Oh no.
I think that's what you consider as a own goal. Oh no!
Oh no!
These sort of things happen, in the heat of the battle. In the heat of the battle, it sometimes happens. Accidents happen, and an airdrop is in, and it is a Noob Alliance with a who's been able to, in fact, take advantage of it. Oh dear.
And there goes Retaliation X being eliminated as well. It's a lot faster if you think about it, right? And we have more teams being eliminated. Inertia Esports being eliminated there. Meanwhile, Noob Alliance, Noob Alliance getting on the skill feed here. They are able to get really good shots in. They got a couple of eliminations already and looking for more and moving forward while the ring does close here. Down to the last few rings left here, and we do have a scuffle happening between. 6 teams left also, and it's open ground. This is where it becomes intense, because you don't have a lot of cover to play with, and you want to force these players off cover with the utility, and smokes are going to come into play as well. A net by BITX finds elimination there. Ooh, getting shot from the side.
Oh, there we go. That's this kind of thing, right? You have to be careful, especially when it comes to open areas like this. You have to keep in mind that your position, more often than not, holding that same area may lead to someone else spotting you. And this is CMF, one of their members, had taken down. That was a quick rush there. You had four there who were coming in. It also looks like even ISSL is in a little bit of trouble. Four of its members are knocked, and it looks like one of them are being rezzed at the moment.
And they managed to
A
heal
quick
back
res
up, so
in
making them
there.
alive now.
Yep.
Still in a decent position. They are at the very edge of the ring, whereas we do have two teams who still need to rotate into this circle here. They have around a minute 15 to be able to get inside, and we have
Oh,
ISS
they have
under
another
a
knock
lot of
there.
pressure. They're getting pushed hard here from
CMF is
CMF.
pushing.
Mamata being knocked here, as well as getting multiple kills across the board, or multiple eliminations across the board, and Grenadier here for, what was it? I
In
think
fact,
it
that's
was
the
from
second.
TL.
And
Yep.
it is NBES, that's NB Esports taking out Noob Alliance. Uh,
Yeah,
it
and
is a lot of things which are happening right now. We are down to four teams, and it is very much different to our previous map. Last map, there was a lot of cover. Right now, everyone's out in the open. The only things that they have as protection are a few vehicles, which is a blessing and a curse at the same time.
oh yeah, the
It
terrain
is
is definitely
open
a tough one
season.
to navigate.
And another vehicles are just exploding one after the other, and another elimination. Just three teams left. MAKPEN is out. VG still holding on. Three teams left, six remaining. And
OPX.
BIT has, I think, the advantage. If they can get that resin, they'll have three of their members available, which just shows that it will then become a 1v1v1v3.
Yep.
What's gonna happen?
OPX also does have only one remaining, so the other two teams do have a couple of members alive. Rather, sorry, I think OPX has two. Yeah, OPX has two.
Two. OPX has
CMF
two.
has one.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it's a 3-2-1. That is where it stands. Things have now slowed down.
Yeah, now everyone is waiting for that initial engagement to try and third party this, and the ring will start moving in another minute 24. So they do have a little bit of time to think about this, and who has to move first is going to be the person or the team that has to move first is going to be in trouble. And as I say that, BIT will lose a player there. He will get knocked. He's going to be res pretty soon here. OPX putting pressure here. And
Yeah,
ooh,
and
what a
it looks like,
lovely,
oh, that nade. That was a
yeah.
sweet nade. And another molly for being tossed in as well. CMF, I think it is. Yep, CMF has
Yeah,
been
it's a
eliminated.
2v2. It's a 2v2 now. Yeah, it's a 2v2 between
Yep.
these two teams here. And as I say that, make that a 1v2 as Unknown manages to get a knock, but the retaliation knock coming out there. It's a 1v1.
Oh,
Who gets it? It's going to be BIT who does get the chicken dinner. And with
that's
that,
bad
they will.
intentions exit.
What a performance coming out from them. Bad intentions exit taking the chicken dinner here with 12 eliminations, overall 27 points and 2019 damage dealt across the board. They will take game number 2.
Well, things are definitely, as we can see, it is a clear indication that just because they've won the first game doesn't necessarily mean that that team is probably going to come even into the top five. And this time around, it was bad intentions exhibit that has shown that they are going to get that chicken dinner. Wow. This game actually didn't go down to the last circle. This one got a little cray cray very, very,
Yeah.
very quickly. And, we'll have like the standings right now to show it.
Indeed, and let's take a look at the post-match two team stats here. We do have bad intentions coming out with overall 12 eliminations, and the damage dealt across the board was absolutely insane from them. And the knocks also, they managed to get how many here? 11 and 13 knocks, and they managed to convert these as well. So that's where the importance comes in. You want to get those elimination knocks just alone is not going to be enough. And I think you mentioned the fact that this was a lot more faster in terms of how the game ended. It's just the map difference coming through as well, right? Because it's such an open map, and there isn't a lot of cover to work with, and going towards those latter circles, the teams tend to be forced to take those engagements, which they might not have in a general sense. If they did have cover or if they had buildings to hide in, they wouldn't have been taking those engagements. But since it's a very open area map, you are forced to take those early engagements, and either suffer for it or either come out on top for it. And we will take a look at the summary overall. Who had the most eliminations as a player? Who had the most healing, the damage? You have that on screen right now. It is going to be from BITX here, who does have the highest eliminations with 7 under his belt, and also the highest damage coming out from 7AKX. We did see them perform really well in this map. I think they did prove that they are forced to be reckoned with, and that it was not a fluke that they are the second seed coming in to the semi-finals. And then we have BITX with the highest number of assists, and then we have Astra coming in with the highest number of healing done, which is 627, with the highest knocks again from 7AKX. Like, again, I did mention that this team performed really well. It was just unfortunate coming into these rings. It's open space. They didn't have a lot of cover to work with, got shot from multiple angles, and paid the price for it.
Yeah, there's like so many different things that actually factor in, and you are correct. Like in our previous game, it was a close quarter. It was an urban environment, is kind of like what the last few circles was showing. And here we have our top players that we're looking at, and it is Matt from Bad Intentions with 7 eliminations, 1017 damage, and a survival time of 24 minutes and 55 seconds. And it goes to show that when you look at some of these players with 6 for 7AKS, with one of their top players with 6 eliminations, OPX with 4, and then we had a CMF IPG with one of their members with 4, and MAKPEN as well with a 4 eliminations there. So this, if you look at this, like compared to even our previous one, we are looking at a completely different outlook here. And let's just have a quick look as what the standings are from match 2 here at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard 2022.
Yeah, let's have a look at the standings. And you're very right, because, and I think Matt here was the last man standing for BITX as well in that final 1v1, and he did manage to come out on top, picking his moment to push forward. But with that, we do have the match standings post match 2. Bad Intentions X with that chicken dinner as well as 12 eliminations will take the top spot for match number 2 here, with RGC with 7 eliminations and 12 placement points coming in at number 2. 7AKS, they had 11 eliminations. They were popping off in this game number 2. They're not having scored a single point in game number 1, managing to get 7 elimination, getting a placement point, 6 placement point, and getting an overall 17 total points to claim the number 3 spot in game number 2. CMF coming in at 4, with MAKPEN coming in at 5th place. And then across the board we go down to the bottom. We have Esports, who did not score a single point, and Equinox, who were number 1 at the end of match number 1, is did not score a single point in the match number 2. So this is where things change extremely fast. Team Classic also not scoring a point. Stronger Esports also getting the chicken dinner in game number 1, and then only scoring just that singular point with that elimination for them, coming in at 13th place. So Chase, this is why I love battle royale. Anything can happen, anything can change in a minute's notice. If you blink your eyes, it might be all over, and that's exactly what we're seeing here in these matchups.
Indeed, and as you were saying, you can see the feed, especially those moments where things just go absolutely ballistic, because there's no other way of really saying it, because we're seeing one knock over here, a nade going off with another knock, you have a car explosion with another elimination there, and each of them just going one after the other. And it also goes to show the amount of pressure as well that you are under when you are seeing and hearing all of this as one of the players in the background. It is just just trying to figure out getting your listening to IGL, and then at the same time getting your bearings. So there is so much there. And let's have a quick look at the match 2 highlights. So here we see some of the things which took place. It is, again, if we just take this, Charo, this particular game was very differently paced out. You've seen some of the top frags, like SITM, as you're seeing right here. They were trying to get those extra kills in. They were trying to make that push, and things didn't quite necessarily work out for them in the longer scheme of things.
Yeah, it didn't, but Strong there getting melted down by SITM. Did have a really good position and gunplay coming out from them. Meanwhile, we are looking at CMP taking that scuffle early on, and we are looking at the last ring, right? This was absolutely insane. It came down to that final 1v1. OPX almost having the chance. They got the first knock in that 2v2 as well. We are looking at it right now. They did manage to go in, and then the 1v1 to finish it off, and BITX coming out on top. That final moments, I thought, OPX got the first knock there, then it became 2v1, but BITX there, keeping his calm there. I think it was Matt as well, keeping his calm there and managed to get both the final elims to get his team the chicken dinner and getting those extra eliminations, getting themselves into that number 1 spot after at the end of game number 2. Overall, we'll have to see where what the standings look like across both matches. But for that match number 2, they did manage to get the chicken dinner plus the eliminations that were required to keep them at that number 1 spot. And with that, as I mentioned it, right?
Yeah, I know. Here we go.
Timing.
The overall rankings. So we have at the 15th seat right now, it is B Esport. We have Team Classic 922 in at 14, Retaliation X at 13, Inertia Esports at 12, Astra Esports 1 at 11, Noob Alliance at 10, Victor Gaming at number 9, SITM Esports at number 8. And that number 8 seed is having 15 points. So there is a very big gap from the person who is at at the bottom 8, so to speak. So with that, we can also take a quick look at the
top 8.
Yeah, in fact, the top 7. I believe.
Yeah. Yes. But you did mention, right, BE Sports were within the top 10 post qualifiers or quarterfinals rather. They were among the top 10, but we haven't seen them give out the performance that we expected from them so far. They haven't managed to get a single elimination or placement point. Team Classic did manage to get a few placement points, and that was about it from them. And then SITM Esports, talking about them, they were the top seed coming in, and they are just sitting at 8th place right now with just 15 points to show for it as well. Victor Gaming, again, not being able to convert these, right? Because these engagements, this is where it becomes very important, right? When you take these fights, when you look for those eliminations that you're going for, you need to be very careful. It's a BR, anything can happen. You have to be worried about your flanks. You have to be worried about the third parties that are going to be coming in. Do I take this fight? Do I have a better chance of moving across without taking this fight? Would I be able to get better
team
placement?
Members accidentally running over you.
Running over you.
That happened.
That's why communication is key, right? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
these players need to be in sync. The IGL needs to be on point, needs to be making this call, needs to make the decision as well. Because if the IGL is hesitant in making the call that is required, your team is going to be scattered, and most of the time, you're just going to get eliminated without having a chance to score a single point. And that's the IGL's job, regardless of the chaos that is happening around you. Maybe, your entire team is fighting, multiple teams. You still have to be able to keep your cool and make the call that is required. It can be the right or the wrong call, but you still need to make a call, right? Because then your team is going to be focused on one objective rather than each and everyone doing their own little thing. And I think it is insane the amount of pressure that these players are going to be going through, especially with what is at stake. $30,000, a chance to go into the pro leagues, and their onwards going to the global series as well. So I mean, it's a lot on the line for all these teams that are taking part, and it's a lot of pressure, and they're bringing out performances. I mean, it's insane performances. We have had some really clutch plays, some really clutch grenades coming out. I think we did see a player with 7 grenade kills at one point. I mean, insane stuff coming out from all these players who are taking part. And I think as
and
the
we
day
were
goes on,
referring
it's
to
just going to
that.
get better.
The how important utilities are, that changes the game. The fact that you have like a nade, you have a molly, and also at the same time the smoke is also important. And you see a lot of the members, when you look at each of them, when we go one-on-one, you see that they kind of pace out everything which they have. They don't necessarily just keep only nades with them. They have the nades, they have the smokes, they have the mollies. They don't try to kind of like stack up on only one particular utility. So those sort of things, ensuring that they are very well rounded, is something that is very important. And with that, we're going to also take a quick look at our match schedule. So we have Erangel, which was the first one. When for that, it was in fact Stronger Esports, which took that chicken dinner. But then the second one, which we just witnessed, was Bad Intentions. Xbit with the Miramar map, and now we're going to be going to Sanhok. Sanhok, a bit of a different field. You have more opportunities to actually bunker down. There are open fields. There's a lot of opportunities to kind of get a team if they're not looking, maybe getting those surprises. Those are opportunities which they can get in this third map. So it's really interesting to see how those strategies are going to be playing out.
Yeah, indeed. And afterwards, like after Sanhok, right, we will be going back to Erangel as well. And that's where things get interesting, because it's going to show whether these teams learned something from that previous map that they did play, and what type of strategy switches are they going to make. Are they going to be playing the same way, hoping for a better outcome, or are they going to switch things up and try to look for better positioning, better gunfights, better, a better performance overall? And this is why having 6 matches and 2 matches on each map is going to be so vital across the board. So we might see a switch out in things. We had Stronger Esports winning that game number 1, but next time around we are on Erangel. We might not see them perform as well. They might even get eliminated very early on, and we might have a completely different team who are at 0 points coming out on top and getting that chicken dinner. That's where strategy changes come in. That's where that last minute changes, right? Some of these teams have coaches, some of these teams have really good IGLs who are the coach of the team as well, who will make these decisions of strategy changes as well. And this is where those components will come into play. It's not just the players who are playing as well. There is a lot of infrastructure going behind the scene for these players to be able to perform at this level. And I think those aspects are going to be playing a massive role when it comes to that 4th, 5th and 6th matches, because that's where that talent is going to come in, where the coach or the IGL or anyone who is making the decision of this is what we need to do to be able to perform on this map better. And that's, I think, where those aspects will come into play. So it's definitely going to be interesting to watch. I'm actually, more than going into the next map, yes, we are going to be seeing it for the first time, but I'm really looking forward for the last 3 maps of the day.
Indeed. And also, we are talking about this region, and with that, let us know which country you are watching this from. Just drop a flag on the feed. just do that. We would love to know from which part of the world or from which part of this region that you are from, and we would really do hope that you've been enjoying this action, because it is only going to get intense. This is going to be, without a doubt, come match 6. I feel that you and I are probably going to be losing our voices tonight. I have the feeling.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure, it happens.
I've been pacing it out a little bit, just like, I'm like, oh no, I don't want to lose my voice just yet. But I get a feeling that, it's probably going to be there. By the end of today, it's just going to be some tea and us both probably just taking a break for the rest of the evening. And we have just about, getting ready to get into our next match. So, predictions. Chat, let us know. We would love to know who you think is going to take this game, because as you saw it, I got it right the first game. Second game, I was like, hey, I'm going to put my bet on the same horse. That didn't really work out, So, Tara, hit me with your prediction first. I would love to know this time around.
Okay,
who is it
I will predict this. We are going to have a different winner for map number 3. I'll say that. I won't say who comes out on top.
No,
because,
that's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. No. Come on. Come on, give me something.
All right,
give me something.
I want to stick with SITM, or I feel like they do have the talent. It's either SITM or 7AX for me. I think they were the top 2 seeds coming in as well, and we did see live from 7AX in that map number 2. And I feel like they're just getting into their groove, right? I feel like they're just finding their footing. They're getting into the groove, and I think SITM still has not found it, but I have a feeling they might find it as the day goes on.
I get this little thing about Victor Gaming. We really saw them taking a few risks in the previous game. I'm interested to see what they're going to do, and maybe we might see more from them. So yeah, you know what? Victor Gaming is my call. Chat, we'd love to know your predictions as we're kicking off Sanhok. This is match 3 of the semifinals, day 1, PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. And it seems like everyone is out of the map. Yep, they're all out of the plane. Here we go.
Indeed, the couple of first players are touching down. We have close quarter fight happening already here. 2 teams landing next to each other. I think it was ISSL and who are we looking at? Who was the other team here? B Esports?
It's B Esports. So we are seeing a bit more of B Esports this time around. Maybe an opportunity for them to get an elimination or 2 in, because overall B Esports, if you take the grander scheme of things, haven't really been getting a lot of frags in. It's a good opportunity if they can at least get 1 elimination or 2 in, and then take that opportunity to maybe withdraw a little bit and then get back into it again. And right now, we have a stronger esports, and I believe it's Equinox 922 seem to be in the boot camp area and going back into Ruin.
Again, this scuffle here between ISSL and B Esports is ongoing right now. It's an ongoing scuffle, taking a lot of damage. They do get a knock onto Razor from ISSL, so that's the first knock that they do get. It's not an elimination. They're looking for the rest of the players. So B Esports looking to get some points on the board here, whereas ISSL are looking to retaliate here. They need to be able to reset maybe. Just because you are down a player, it's still a 3v4 and you're still able to come out on top. Meanwhile, like I said, Equinox versus Strong Esports are next to each other, and we might see another engagement happening all the way across the map at bootcamp as well.
Yeah, and that's exactly something which you were saying there, like just going back into this. It looks like B also is having a knock there. It seems like they've just been trading, and it is going.
It's a massive scuffle.
I'm trying to keep track of this. It looks like
the shotgun coming through.
That's another one there. And oh dear, it looks like Oh, it
That might be
seems
it.
like ISSL is having an early exit. Did they?
I
No, no.
think
I
so,
think I
right?
think I think there's
There's
one
one
holding on.
more.
I feel like there's one holding on. I don't think B Esports realized it in the midst of all of that. I think that this is like an Equinox situation all over again. Is what I feel that has happened there. So I'm not going to call it. I'm not going to call it just yet.
Well,
And
as I said,
speaking
that
of Equinox,
Equinox
seem to have gotten the two knocks there.
indeed they're in a bit of a scuffle there against INS, I think.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
they
It is
are.
INS. It is Inertia Esports that we're seeing there. We're seeing again more teams this time who are kind of like taking on those who have the kind of getting those extra frags. NBA Sports. Also, there was a TP there. From what seems like there was a third party there.
It did, and this is a lot of engagements at the start of the map here. There's something we did not see in the previous game, but this is a lot of engagement, not just
Oh
one.
no, I
There's like
think it
multiple
just
engagements.
yeah, and it is. NBA Esports seems to be in a bit of trouble. It seems that Retaliation X is
Oh,
kind
the
of
jump forward.
getting. Oh, that was close, but unfortunately, Retaliation X has lost two of its members at this time, and only Flex remaining. Or was that an
Down to the last
elimination
one.
there?
I think
Is
that
Flex
was
still
there is a
alive?
resurrection coming out. Flex is Yeah, Flex is still alive, but yeah, I mean, there was one move there from the side of, I think it was Equinox there, who jumped forward while the player was pushing. It shows a lot of confidence they're taking that gunfight. He ended up winning that gunfight, but immediately being traded out there. So Equinox down to the last man. One is knocked. I don't think Twist can get to him though.
Yeah, I doubt it. And also, if you look at it right as it stands, we have 14 teams now. Seems that we have had an elimination of one team.
Hmm.
And again,
Yeah.
like things are now again like that early burst, and now things are just slowing down again, just a little bit. And that was the team classic. I think we were just seeing there with the previous winners' bad intentions still having its full squad, zero eliminations at this time. Again, this is that early burst as soon as the things just start off, when things are just getting into motion. We see those very quick early eliminations, and you gotta take it from those who have gotten eliminated. That is not a good place to be, being one of the first to be eliminated. And that also does a play, and we just see there again another knock being taken there by bad intentions
That
on
was an elimination
CSC.
completely to follow up as well, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yeah, I think Retaliation X was eliminated in that confrontation.
yeah, and meanwhile, we are looking at stronger esports there, with all four players alive, bunkering down for the time being, looking at all the angles and making sure that no one is pushing towards them, knowing they're showing that they are present here, so not allowing anyone to take over the building. Meanwhile, we do have CSC here in a small shuffle here with BITX taking the engagement down. He's alone, right? So much damage.
Yeah, but oh, yeah,
Oh, they
taking
did get knocked.
a bit of a knock there is Bad Intentions Matt.
Yeah, bad
Yeah,
intentions definitely in
we seem
trouble.
to, yeah, like as you can see there, Hopeless is and B.
Oh,
Oh,
B
B with the
coming
third
in from
party,
behind.
taking that knock and elimination opportunity, getting that reload. He has not been eliminated, I think.
Yeah, he
Or
did
did he?
not get the element. Now he has to run away there, and he
Oh,
will be able to get out. No, he does not. He will get knocked for the time being, And we do have another knock in the meantime. Bad intentions of finding another knock onto CSC. They're not finding the elimination though. None of these players have been eliminated yet. It has been everyone knocking each other down with the third parties coming in as well. And now OPX, making his way towards this squad from NB. NB does have their eyes out for that. Meanwhile, B finds another knock onto BITX. So the third party has come through. And where has CSC been in the middle of all of this? There is another knock there. That was an elimination actually onto CSC.
Yeah, with just two remaining there. Those are sort of things which happen, right? Like you're trying to get like you think you have the advantage in getting that a quick hit, and the next thing you know, like it's the roles reverse. And just now, again, it looks like CSC is going to only have one member left. That is a little unfortunate. That's a Team Classic 922 is who we are referring to. They're unfortunate. Tried to get that one knock in from Bad Intentions, but unfortunately that was to no avail. So where are we looking at with B Esport? They have their full squad. They've gotten 5 eliminations.
So much of damage done onto BIT there. In the meantime, SITM loses one. He has been knocked at least for the time being from what I saw in the elimination feed. Meanwhile, Ryuk is healing up. He did take a little bit of damage there. Will heal back up to full HP. Does have his entire squad alive. And meanwhile, Jaxa goes in and will find a player on the side of Bad Intentions there. So meanwhile, while all this is happening, Equinox is also creeping through. They are on the left side of B Esports, but B Esports again now looking for those points that they desperately lacked across the two games that they have already played. So now looking to get active on the map and find those eliminations, find those placement points to be able to get on the board and get the ball rolling for them.
I feel like they now have that opportunity, especially with the fact that they've gotten those seven eliminations. They, as a team, can even now look at the overall placement opportunity. Take a step back, play maybe a bit of a rotation, be a bit cautious, so that maybe that they can get those extra placements in. So there are those opportunities for them because they have, seven. Their BIT, as we're seeing right now, only three. So you can see the difference here. BIT having been the team that won the chicken dinner and was on top in the previous game, and then B Esport now having those seven there. I'd like to see them maybe just pacing it out a little bit, but you never know, because as much as you would like to do that, next thing you know, you would have like another team which might just rock up in front of you in a vehicle, as we're seeing SITM right now, moving around, one of their players moving around in a vehicle, and it can change the game overall. SITM, in fact, have had one that have gotten into a bit of a knock situation, and a quick revive coming in there. So Circle is coming in the next ring. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time left to get into the zone, but all the players and we were talking about this map, right? I mean, it's a mix of the first two that we saw. There is enough cover and a lot of mountain terrain to work with, and a little bit of open space as well, where players need to be careful. I feel like it's a very mix of the first two that we saw, and we do see players making use of all aspects of this map as well. Meanwhile,
I feel like that was a misfire.
Misclick?
By Inertia there. I think so, because there was no one there to be seen.
Maybe the eyes are
got a little trigger
tricks.
happy. Yeah,
Yep.
maybe a little trigger happy. It does happen, you are still tensed up. 14 teams are still here, so we have most of the teams in play, but not all full squads. All right, airdrop is coming. That is another thing. The airdrops. Some people actually wait until someone else goes to collect that loot and then try to get an illumination there. And it is SITM who are getting that And a ghillie suit. Oh, this is the perfect terrain for this ghillie suit.
Indeed.
Wait, who was your
And
prediction?
there you go. We know that they're good, right? I mean, you can't get, regardless of what has been happening, you can't be top seed at the end of quarters without having without being good. And it's just that they had a really slow start, and I feel like they're just finding their groove. I feel like a lot of these teams, even the way that B Esports was taking that fight, I feel like a lot of these teams are just, I did mention it at the beginning of the day, where certain teams will take a little bit more time to get into the groove, because it's different for everyone. It's different levels of stress, and then if the luck doesn't work out as well, and if it works against you, you take even longer to get into the groove. If you get lucky with that game number one, you have a couple of eliminations, you take those fights and you win, then you're a little bit more confident moving forward. But if it doesn't work out that way, you do take longer. It is up to the individual and up to the IGL and the coach and everyone involved to keep that mentality, the mentality going into these multiple games. And I feel like all these teams do have that potential. I feel like they do have the potential to perform. It's just that each team is taking a different amount of time to come and show what they're capable of. Meanwhile, we do have a
And
knock
speaking
here
of
on
potential, we
the
have
elimination.
VG right there taking that elimination. And we were just talking about how, taking those opportunities. They just opened their account with that first elimination, has VG. And that was of none other than 7AKS, who have lost one of their members there. We still have 14 teams in as a whole. VG still with its full squad. And places like this, especially crossing on the bridges, have always been deemed as one of the more dangerous areas. Vehicles to others spotting you from across, and maybe getting some chip damage off you. So these are sort of things that happen, especially with this, and it actually looks like there is a few things that are taking place on our feed right now. It looks like it looks like 7AKS is in a heap of trouble. We're
Yep.
going in with one of their members again. One already been eliminated, and another in a bit of trouble. Um, and then we
In the
have here
recovery
Astra
process, yeah.
Esports. Hmm. And
Yeah.
Astra Esports has not been able to open up their account. I feel like they are struggling a little bit. They have had a few skirmishes, but none in which they've been able to consolidate.
Hmm.
And right now you have them very close to Equinox 922, that have played a relatively strong outlook with their team overall. So we have them along with MAKPEN. So this is going to be a three-way there, and
Oh,
in fact, it is. There we go. I think Astra Gaming just
that's fine
now
now.
got a knock in.
Indeed. And they are getting pushed here fast by 2A there. They are pushing in. And
But yeah, but they're
again,
aware. But they're aware there's two teams, so they have
yep.
situational
And
awareness.
oof, the nade, they're
Oh,
doing a bit of
oh
damage,
no,
and
that nade,
lovely grenades coming in.
that was
Multiple
beautiful.
knocks. Absolutely spot on there. And now to recover the scraps, that they will get the res back up, and they are holding ground for the time being, not really pushing in and getting showing dominance, showing position, but they are looking to push forward as well. They, and like I said, I think before, one of the players will always carry a shotgun, and we are seeing that coming out from 2A as well. I think I saw one shotgun on one of these players. We have a couple of SMGs to look with as well. Moving forward, that they want to take
Yep,
control of
and the
this building
circle
with the zone
is.
closing.
Yeah, that is the thing. Like the zone was not in Astra's favor, and I feel like they kind of forgot about the zone. And
Good turnaround shot.
Equinox already having one player eliminated from the zone. It is zone also playing a big factor right now in this three-way. again, I felt that they should have maybe gotten out a little early, but we just saw multiple falling because of that zone and that
Ooh.
extra pressure that's been put onto you. That is a very cheeky shot from up there on the bridge, but it looks like one of the B's members is taken down. I think that was Solus who was on top. Dexter now in trouble. It is Ryuk who's just left on his own. His other team member is not. I don't think that he can go for that res, but let's see what he's going to do. It's CMF IPG that's on the
just
bridge.
they're laying into them here from that angle. That he had a very clean line of sight onto the bridge there and was just laying into them. But right now we have 13 teams remaining with around 35 players left. So a lot of these teams are missing a few players here and there, or maybe missing a few more. We will have to look at all the teams to realize. But again, doing so much of damage, that repositioning coming out from him, getting a better angle on the bridge, an overhead angle on the bridge, allowing him to do chip damage to anyone who is running in and trying to avoid the zone.
Yeah, and SITM's Gilly Man is down. I unfortunately got spotted there out in the open. I think there were two who were shooting at him at the same time. And just going back to B Esport, I felt that his team member who was knocked near the bridge was providing some assistance as to giving him a situational awareness as to who and where they were on the bridge. Because you'll notice, even with the smoke, he was relatively accurate with these shots. And again, now things are picking up again. VG damage has also been knocked. We are seeing multiple knocks happening right now. SITM just having two. Yep, indeed. A zone is again going to be coming in just about 43 seconds.
Yeah, and Equinox popping off yet again on map number 3. Did get a couple of eliminations here and there. SITM also showing us what they're capable of in this map number 3, with 29 teams remaining and 29 players left and 13 teams are remaining. Things are definitely going to get heated up. Equinox are looking at 2A, one of the players, but not really taking a shot. In the meantime, we do see players trying to crawl in.
It's a good thing he didn't, because if he did, his position would have been given away, and the other two of Astra Esports would have been able to take that elimination. So that was actually a very good call. He had that opportunity, but he didn't want to waste it. He was being careful. It is about the eliminations, but also at the same time, sometimes you just gotta let it go so that you can get a better opportunity later. And given him this repositioning, because Equinox only down to one player, so I feel that he's going to be looking at the placement factor. He's right at the edge of the circle with the cover from the trees. Nope, he actually in fact decides to take on BIT. Oh man, the guts here. All round trying to get a lot of guts, and he in fact gets a BIT, one frag in from BIT. And I think he got two eliminations there. Trying to make that cross, but unfortunately, that is Equinox B has just been eliminated. That team is out. But after inflicting some damage to two of these teams, with leaving just Astra Esports with just one player now.
One player, yeah. But 19 players, 8 teams. Yeah. And the zones are closing in, right? I mean, you're down to the last couple of zones. And for 8 teams, there should be around 32 players, but there's only 19. So a lot of these players, a lot of these teams are missing quite a few teammates here. And with that, we do have Riley being taken out there to the zone, making it only 7 teams remaining. And in the meantime, we'll find a knock onto WG. Also there, WG retaliation onto NB there. And meanwhile, there's another engagement, multiple engages going down here, multiple fights happening across the board. But VG takes out another on the side of NB, getting another elimination. And NB will retaliate with an elimination on their own. There is another knock happening, and this is absolute mayhem here. And NB does have three players remaining at the end of the scruffle.
Let's just take a moment to just 45 seconds ago, or maybe even a minute ago, we had 14 teams. We're now down to the
Yeah.
last six. That is how quickly this situation has changed. And NB has three players remaining, and we have I'm trying to figure out, when it comes to the rest of the teams, how many are left. Again, NB, we have three in there. We have two in a vehicle. I think we've not seen that many vehicles.
Oh, open
It's
round,
seven.
7-head.
Oh wow! What a beautiful shot there. Oh dear, that 7AKS in a bit of trouble. Even though they were in that vehicle, two eliminated there with just two remaining. OPX seems to have also be having some trouble right now, and I feel that 7AKS was a little late to this party. They they have been shown the exit from what I feel. Just getting caught there with just one of its members remaining, with the other one who has just been eliminated by Inertia Esports, and I feel like he's going to be in a fair degree of trouble. And in fact, we have NB Esports, who's also losing out one there as well.
Yeah, down to the last three
Okay.
now with 5 remaining. Last couple of seconds. We do have a heal off here coming out
But what's
from
going to
NB
happen there?
here.
Is he going to? Would he make
Yeah,
it?
yeah, he's
Oh,
trying to survive. I think he can survive long enough, right? I think he's trying to get at least second place for his team, trying to out heal the ring, which you are able to do in PUBG Mobile. So he's waiting for these players to take this engagement here. Down to the last man though, last two teams remaining now, and the last engagement,
I
and he has
feel
no
like,
idea
yeah, I
heal
feel
off
like he can
versus.
only do the second seed on this, because he is very far away. As you saw on the map, he was extremely far away from the zone, and it is right now Inertia Esports along who have, I think, four team members left. Okay, how many? He has
Just
six
two,
packs
right?
left. Yeah, he
He
has
has
six.
6 packs
Yeah, he
left.
has six packs left. The three remaining in Inertia Esports. So,
This is going to be
what is the
a
strategy
close
here?
one. I mean, obviously he cannot. He's not going to. He's going to run out of med packs eventually. But the point of him trying to do this is hoping that he can out survive the ring closure. In the sense, like if the ring closes and if INS does not have enough heals, then he can out heal and win it. But then he's down to his last med pack now, and I mean it's pretty much all over, right? And NB is not
Yeah,
going to get this win at this point.
yeah, it certainly does seem clear, but valiant effort by him. I'm still just trying to figure out how did he get so far out of the zone to begin with. I feel that something might have happened. I don't know if it's the comms. Maybe he's not trying to get like a quick elimination here before he gets uh, eliminated by the zone. That's how many now for the zone?
I have lost count as to how many have died at the hands of the zone closing in, but valiant effort from NB, and they will get at least second place there. So those placement points are going to be very vital, because if he was alone in the middle of all of that and dying without getting a elimination would have been even sadder. So he did manage to
Yeah.
get his team some vital placement points by getting those healing packs and trying to out heal everyone else. He did manage to get at least that second place, and even at that last moment when he did run out of healing packs there, he was looking for a final elimination, which he did not find. But we should have the stats of how much I think he should be the most healed person, or the player with the most amount of healing done at the end of this. But let's take a look at the stats coming out from Inertia Esports, who did get the chicken dinner in this map number 3. We have 4 eliminations coming out from Alpha. We have we have three eliminations and zero coming out from Evely, EAQ. Yeah,
I
Evely.
you know what, a
Evil,
chicken dinner
evil,
for you, man.
evil. Okay.
Vile, Viley,
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Dude. It's
evil
fine.
eye AQ. It's evil eye
Oh, you are
AQ.
lying, AQ. Good God. We deserve cookies at this point for getting his name right.
I know. Oh, that felt good. I can't believe I actually get it. But hey, kudos to Inertia Esports. For one, for getting the chicken dinner, and for two, giving us casters probably a tongue twister. And let's
Yeah.
take a quick look at the team stats.
It did. Let's have a look at this. So we will have the highest eliminations coming out from NB. There we have NB, player from NB getting the highest eliminations. But like even going in now, like looking at the performance coming out from Inertia Esports, it is on par with the rest of the wins that we have seen today. We have 10 eliminations coming out from them, getting the chicken dinner. I feel like they should at least get overall after like overall match 3 standings. I think they should get the overall points in the match 3 standings. But with that, let's take a look at the top player as well. We do have a lot of stats coming our way to show across the board of what has been happening in these matches. But with that, let's take a look at the top player for the day. Or rather, match number 3 is going to be from NB. It is going to be Fishboy from NB, coming out with 5 eliminations, 786 damage, and a survival time of 20 to 55 seconds. And I think this was the guy who was outside the ring trying to heal out. And then we do have a couple of players from Inertia coming into the top 5 as well. But overall, I think a massive performance coming out from NB to get that as second place and get those vital placement points. But the team that outperformed everyone in that game number 3 was Inertia Esports, getting that chicken dinner. But we will have to look at the overall standings, right? Overall standings to see who did come out on top. But with that, let's take a quick look at the highlights of this match number 3.
Yeah, this was a very quick start for B. In fact, they were in fact trying to open up their account. They got 7 eliminations at one point, and you see B here again. It was a change up which you were starting to see from some of these teams. And then also at the same time, BIT were trying to get a few of those eliminations in. And right here was something which was very interesting. We had Astra Esports, who was aware that there were 2 teams next to them, but I felt that the circle here, when it was coming in, kind of made them lose that advantage which they were having, and that was a little unfortunate there. And the next thing that we knew, from 14, we had 6 teams in just about 60 seconds, and even here Equinox with some valiant effort in changing things up. In being able to get to 2 different eliminations, but unfortunately succumbing to Riley here. So here we have, in fact, Fishboy, who we were just talking about.
Yeah, who did outheal almost all the teams. Was not able to do that against Inertia Esports, who did manage to find that chicken dinner by being the last team surviving at the end. But the overall standings might show a different. We'll have to wait and see if someone else got more points in terms of kills, eliminations, as well as placement to get that standing in that match number 3. And after that, we need to look at the overall standing across the 3 matches as well, to see at the end of 3 games today who is going to be on top. But let's have a look at the match standings for match number 3, it is Inertia Esports holding on to that number 1 spot, claiming the chicken dinner with 10 eliminations as well. NB Esports coming in at 2nd, so those placement points coming in clutch there with 11 eliminations under their belt and 12 placement points, and overall giving them overall 23 points. And Stronger Esports, a very consistent performance from them, coming in at 3rd place with 2 eliminations, but the placement points for them coming in with 10 to get 12 points. And then 7AKS coming in at 4th. We have RJC OPEX getting a couple of eliminations there. B Esports was the team that outperformed themselves, considering the first 2 games that they had, getting 7 eliminations. They only did get 1 placement point, because I think they went out at 8th place, or rather, sorry, 12th or 10th place, if I'm not mistaken, because you only get 1 placement point for that. And then, but overall, they did manage to grab 8 of the total points. Team Classic, another team who was not performing well, getting 2 elimination, a couple of placement points under their belt as well. We have Equinox having not gotten any points in that last game, having won the first game, coming to the 3rd game only getting 6 points there. And Retaliation and ISSL Noob Alliance just not getting on the board whatsoever. So overall, I feel like it's a mix again here. We have different teams coming out on top, performing better. But overall, I feel like this is just going to get even more interesting as the day goes on. But let's have a look at the overall rankings after match number 3 here.
All right, so we have RGC OPEX with 3 matches in with 46 points. Bad Intentions with 44 points in at number 2. NB Esports at 38 points. Stronger Esports at number 4 with 36 points. Equinox at number 5 with 31 points. Inertia Esports at 6th position with 30 points. And 7AKS at number 7 with 25 points. CMF IPG at the 8th seed with 19 points. Now, if you take a look at this, if you look at the top 6, there is not a very big difference from the just 16 points. 16 points in one game can be achieved, as we've seen, and everything is kind of like wide open right now. RGC OPEX is doing amazingly well. Bad Intentions and NB Esports are definitely right behind them. I feel like this is a race in which until our last game for the day, we will not know who is going to be right on top of day 1.
Indeed, it is definitely going down to the wire here with looking at the scoreboard right now. Like you said, it is a very tight fight between these top teams, the top 6 teams. There is almost nothing between them. And then going down the line also, even 7AKS, it's not too far behind these top teams. But what happens is we have 3 more games. It's going to be on the same 3 maps that they played on. Things can change. This teams that we are not seeing, teams below this top 8 might come forward after learning from what they did experience in those first 3 games, and then taking that learnings into the 4th, 5th and 6th game. We might see a different team coming in and claiming that number 1 spot. Maybe a team that is not even within this top 8. We'll have to wait and see, because you can perform well in 3 games and then you can completely go off the rails and not do anything in the next 3 games. It does happen, and it is definitely going to be interesting to see how the players keep the spirit alive, right? Because you're in for the long haul. It's 6 games. It's not easy. It's a lot of pressure to deal with on a continuous time. Like you're going one match after the other. You have 6 games to play. Whether they can keep it up is going to be the question. We might see some of the top teams faltering towards the latter part of the day. The pressure has got to them. They're just exhausted towards the latter part, and maybe a different team comes out ahead. So it is about pacing yourself as well. Not trying to be the best every game, but to be able to pace yourself across 6 different games and still be able to have a very consistent performance. That's going to be the name of the game. Indeed. For all these players.
So if you also looked at that match stats which we were looking at that moment, when you look at now, we've gone to Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok. and we're going to be doing a repeat of these three maps right now. And with that, what we've seen is through these first three maps is the fact that with each game, when you look at the match standings, we are seeing a shuffle. Even in the middle, we are seeing those that have not performed perform better, and it keeps changing. So right now, as it stands, day one, the first three games have just shown us that it is unpredictable as to who would come out on top. And that is what keeps it competitive. That is what keeps everyone on their toes, including everyone who is watching this right now. And it is coming to you live in multiple languages. We have this in 5 languages right now. So Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, we're doing this repeat. It's going to keep things interesting. How is that going to happen? Like now, we've seen those that have who we felt have dominated certain maps. And would we see a repeat? I think that is something which we need to keep a close eye on, which might show us the fact that some of these teams are comfortable with certain maps as opposed to others. And with Sanhok, one thing which we most certainly saw was the less use of vehicles. It's a jungle terrain. It's harder to move about. There's trees everywhere and little hut areas, tubes, whereas compared to Erangel was a free-for-all. We'll start seeing more vehicles again when it comes to this fourth match. And those are certain things. So those are little small details, but it all factors into the overall gameplay of each of these teams. And as you mentioned, right, just a moment ago, 6 games for a one day. That's a lot of games for anyone. Just trying to keep that, keep the momentum, the stamina, that positive mindset to go into it. Especially some of the teams that are kind of like caught up. We definitely need to see if some of these teams, as we're looking at these rankings, especially from 8 to 15, MAKPEN, Victor Gaming, Astra Esports, these were those that were trying to make a mark, be esport. In fact, they themselves have finally gotten those 7 eliminations from that previous game. So they are finally putting some points on the board. Those opportunities are there for them to step it up. So if we, and I think right now for us, which has come as a surprise, is SITM Esports, their performance having been at the top seed from the qualifiers in only with 17 points in the overall match rankings for day one. But remember, this is day one. There's many more games and a lot of things can happen. And, each day, more strategies, more tactics will also come in. And we are just looking at RGC OPEX. Now, RGC OPEX have not won a chicken dinner. That is the important thing for us to keep in mind here. So placement points have worked very well for them. They have been taking those eliminations. They have been very smart about it, because overall, when we have seen OPX, we've not seen multiple squad wipes by OPX, and we see them getting a few kills, and then I feel like they are playing a very tactical game, and overall it's working for them.
Indeed, and it goes back to being very careful and having a consistent performance also, right? We did see the likes of Stronger Esports, NB, bad intentions. We did see these teams performing in one particular map and getting the chicken dinner, or just out fragging everyone else to get the highest number of eliminations. But RGC OPEX there, why we didn't see a lot of them was due to the fact that, like you said, they were very careful of not full on engaging, and also to be able to be consistent with their performance across the 3 maps. If you look at their performance, they haven't been first or second place, but they have been consistently within the 3rd or the 4th place, and then consistently getting those 1 or 2 kills here and there, and being able to rack up the highest number of kills across the board. They had 20 eliminations behind them, whereas because the rest of them is not like everyone else will have below them. I think the next closest was 19 eliminations. We have 18, but it is RG's OPEX who does have the highest number of eliminations, and
Yeah,
they
it
didn't have a
reminds
chicken
me
dinner.
of yeah. So sorry, Jack. It reminds
Yeah.
me of the hare and the tortoise. Like the OPEX is right now the tortoise in the sense, and we're not seeing them being extremely flamboyant. We see them getting a few eliminations, and they aren't in the top three during the final circles, but
Yeah,
they are on top. That's
indeed.
what's important, and I hope that even the other teams kind of realize this, and they might maybe take this opportunity to eliminate the top seeder. Those are
Indeed, and
opportunities.
with that,
Those are things that you should think about tactically, and what better map than to do it on Erangel? This is the semifinals day one, match 4 on Erangel. This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022.
indeed, and this is going to be an interesting one here. We are back in Erangel here, and who is going to be coming out on top is going to be the question. It is going to be a tough one for all the teams involved here. They are looking to repeat or get better at what they were doing since game number 1. We did have strong esports getting that chicken dinner in game number 1 on Erangel. Will we have a repeat? Who is going to be winning is going to be the question. Guys, leave your predictions in the comment section. But my prediction is that again we might have a totally different chicken dinner winner. But I think the teams to look out for is not the teams that we did realize that, right? We were looking at the overall scorecard, and what we realized was that it is not the teams that are winning each and every map. It is the teams that are having that consistent performance, right? Who can perform consistently across the 3 maps, get those eliminations, get those placement points, not be as flashy as going in wiping an entire squad. Wipe, you eliminate 2, you take the next fight, you don't try to commit to it because you might get third party. If it's unsafe, you move out. You don't try to take that unreliable kind of fight and be caught in the crosshairs of a third party. And I think that's why OPEX has been so good in terms of what they have been doing. But right now we are looking at a bit of a shuffle here. We have OPX having landed close to another player. It is from B Esports. So in a bit of a sticky situation here, needs to be careful. But they are both avoiding each other for the time being, I think. But OPX Unknown wants to chase him down. By the looks of it, he is going to be chasing after and trying to kind of looking to bottleneck him in there. They do have a teammate coming in from the other side as well, picking the angle, has a Molotov at the ready, trying to. Oh, we do have shots being taken. Unknown taking a little bit of damage. He is going to be healing up. Meanwhile, the push is coming through. We do have a vehicle coming in from B as well, B Esports as well. So needs to be careful here. There isn't a lot of support coming in for them. Meanwhile, we do have a different shuffle all the way around here. So different fights happening here. Meanwhile, we do have B getting a knock and a elimination. And the first elimination is going in favor of B Esports here. So he will take the first. Chase, what do you think about that? Taking that 1v2 almost from B there.
Well, that was a very spectacular thing there, and we were just talking about how B Esports in the last game itself was, picking things up, and it is good to see that that momentum is still being taken through. And again, we are seeing, as we were mentioning as well, overall. Oh, that was nasty. That shoddy. That was 2 shoddy instances there. Oh, that seemed very nasty. Walking straight into that. That was a point blank. But that's the danger of a shotgun inside. Oh, and it looks like there was Equinox Kage GG was taken down there by Inertia Esports. Again, we're back to seeing some of those vehicles being used more in this particular map. We are seeing more instances of teams taking positions within buildings, and it is about your ability. Those quick reflexes matter a lot, especially when you are inside the buildings. So those are things that we definitely need to keep in mind. And again, as we are now seeing ISSL making use of the vehicles, we saw them also in the previous Erangel map as well. They were also trying to uh, get moving around. And as we can see, the map itself, it is a lot of instances of skirmishes that are available here. As for where the next one is going to be, that is what we need to see. This is, of course, the fourth match of the semifinals. It is Erangel that we are witnessing at the moment. The circle it hasn't come in as just yet, and again, it is that opportunity, especially in this particular map, to get your ammo get looted up, especially within these buildings. So, 16 teams still remaining. We have had about 3 eliminations right now, as we are seeing and or witnessing, in fact, Inertia Esports making those moves from one building to another, trying to get, in this case, what seems like maybe like a few meds coming in. So, a bit more of that looting taking place. Um, with in fact Inertia Esports having taken 2 eliminations right now. So they are having that advantage there, which is pretty good, and a way for them to really see if they can capitalize on this. And um, as we just mentioned, it it was that very early burst, and now the teams, all of them, are just trying to get a bit more into those backpacks, so that then when the next skirmishes do take place, they would be able to hopefully outsmart their opponent. So that's kind of like where
Yeah,
it stands right now.
indeed, and I mean it's interesting, right? Because we did have a couple of teams eliminated early in the previous map that we saw on Angle, and then like now we do see a different approach coming out from different players, and this is again the reason why playing the same map twice kind of changes things up, because from what I'm seeing, right, a lot of these teams did not land next to each other because they have an idea of where each and every team is going to be landing. So we have less early skirmishes and less eliminations early, and we still have all the teams up and about, duking it out. But then, like, we do have a couple of eliminations here and there, but we still do have all teams, alive and kicking here to try and get as many elimination as placement points as possible. Meanwhile, we are looking at the squad from ISSL moving across in a couple of vehicles here, trying to get into zone and trying to get into position. So this is again them moving across as fast as possible, trying to predict where you will be, the well ring will be closing, and to try and bunker down to grab as many placement as well as eliminations as possible.
Yeah, and that's something which we noticed even with ISSL. They seem to be very comfortable with the vehicles. That's something which they've been using a fair degree. Even they love their buggies, that's for sure. They've got 3 of them in the buggies and one on an SUV. I'm just interested to see where the circle is going to be moving. Right now it is out in the open. We'll know come third, fourth, where are we going to be looking at another close quarter situation like which we did before with multiple buildings, or are we going to be seeing something which is a bit out in the open in a field area like as what we're witnessing right now? So that itself would change the game up.
Yep.
Overall, what I feel is that there's a bit more caution in this round of Erangel as opposed to the first one. When we were expecting the first one itself to be where teams would be cautious, I feel like it's happened the other way around this time.
Yeah, I think we started off the day flying. Like, we had skirmishes everywhere across the map, multiple eliminations. But this time around, now after 3 games and then coming back into Erangel, they are looking to, slow things down, looking to get, all the teams are very cautious, right? They are looking for as many points as possible at the end of day number one, and everyone has a point to prove as well. But as I say that, we do have a skirmish happening. It is going to be ISSL taking on 7AK here, and it is ISL bunkered up inside a building. So 7AX, if they want to take this fight, they will have to push ISSL out with utility or charge down, which is going to be a tough one from the position that they're in, because ISSL will be looking at it, and it's not going to be easy for them to push forward while they are having eyes as to where 7AK is at right now.
And I feel
And
like
ISSL, yeah,
7AK is having a good position. I don't
yep,
think that there is any reason for them to push ISSL here. In fact, if
true.
at all, ISSL are the ones who have to, push 7AK to onto that high ground. And as you see, it is just a Cynex who is just holding that entire team off. If you look at the map, you see that the rest of his teammates are a bit spread, kind of like covering like a wider angle. So it may well be that ISSL might not, in fact, take on this battle there. Oh, it and that car is definitely getting the eyes that it doesn't want, and in fact, a couple of bullets onto it. Oh,
Oh, we
that
do
is
have.
unfortunate. Evil
We
Eye.
might have an elo.
I'm so sorry, Evil Eye. I felt that his car got a little bit of Evil Eye there.
Yeah, for sure. I was admiring it, and then the next thing that the car has blown up. Can't call it the fastest skirt, but meanwhile
Oh,
we
that
have
was some beautiful
SITM.
shots by
Oof.
Cynex.
Yeah, indeed, getting that knock. Where is the elimination? Hasn't come through, but we still do have all the teams alive here. We do obviously have a couple of eliminations, but other than that, they all seem to be alive. 7A K does have a couple of players eliminated, but they do still have a couple of players alive as well. Meanwhile, they're moving forward, getting shot. The vehicle is getting shot for the time being, but he's going to be safe. I don't think they had a proper angle to try and burst the vehicle down. But they're looking to push SIMT, I think, by the looks of it, and that's going to be a tough one because it's a 4-man squad, so it's not going to be an easy push for them.
Yeah, but 7AK does, even though they've only got one elimination, they still have, I believe, their full squad at hand.
True. Oh yeah,
But
they do.
what it does seems like is that Cynex is kind of going on a bit of a Lone Ranger. Yeah, it feels like a bit of a Lone Ranger vibe here. The rest of his teammates are elsewhere, pretty far from where he is. I don't know if
Yeah, I
that's
think.
something which you'd want to do, just like overreaching and getting yourself in a position where you're not going to have your team to even be able to revive you, and just getting eliminated. I think he just he regrouped.
ST. Yeah, yeah. SI.
SITM.
Yeah, SITM. SITM did do a little bit of damage there, but I think the idea, I think why they were doing it is right. They have to go onto the high ground. SITM does have the high ground right now, and they're looking at different angles that they can approach this, right. And also, you don't want to approach from the same angle; you get spread down quite easily, and you won't be able to have a flank to come in. Like you go in as 3-man, get the last person to flank in. Catch them by surprise while you're moving in from behind. You keep them busy, focused on you. You have 3 team members keeping all the fire focused on themselves, whereas this one person manages to creep in from behind and get a couple of elims or even a couple of knocks there to try and convert. Meanwhile, we do have a small scuffle happening, and as I say that, we do lose B Dexter there, and he will get eliminated. We have another couple of knocks happening here and there, and we have
Yeah, a few
a
vehicle knocks
retaliation knock.
by VG Warzone. I feel that that's, I think, his second knock which he got there in the time that we were just talking about the situation just a moment ago on the feed. I feel like his weapon is his vehicle.
And looking at the ring, I feel like we do still have a couple of teams outside, but the ring is close quarters by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
I
It looks
feel
like we're
like
gonna have a bit of a rerun. Will Deathstorm get those shots? Think he missed there. He wasn't able to get any clipping there. And here we have a look at the overall. I don't think it's gonna get close quarter. It's a bit hard to tell.
I feel like it will pull towards Pochinki, right? I'm assuming
That's what I
it
was
should be.
thinking.
Yeah,
It might go
it has
towards
to be either.
Pochinki. But here in Pochinki itself, we are seeing 3 teams already. Now we have Astra Esports and Team Classic 922.
They're in a very close quarters up here. They are going to try and smoke this as much as possible. They might be looking to move forward. They're looking to push forward as well. There are a couple of Molotovs as RX pushes forward.
Zolex was taken down with a nade by VG. Oh, that is another one there. And Zolex has been eliminated. So that was another elimination coming in. I think that was, in fact, Astra Esports with those 2 eliminations.
Yeah, and we have lost one team. So it is down to we have lost one team, and a majority of the rest of the remaining teams are making their way towards Pochinki and school area right now, and they are looking to bunker up and hope they get lucky in terms of zone closure, but also looking for these small scraps that they can find and even eliminations to put on their under their belt and get those extra points that are required. But this is definitely turning out to be a heater here, since so many teams are remaining, even as the fourth ring closes with the fifth round to begin. But what a
That was a
shot!
beautiful shot. Billy in some trouble there. Oh, that was almost an insta lock moment there. That was an amazing shot from window to window.
Yeah, I
Poor
think he did
Billy.
not even have time to react there. Unfortunate for him, he did only get knocked though. He is inside the building, completely revivable, so should be okay for the time being. Meanwhile, we do have a couple of airdrops that they are looking into here. Uh, B Esports obviously looking to get placement this time around. They got a couple of kills in the previous map, but they're still in the bottom 5. So looking to get themselves above that is going to be their objective. They are surrounded quite well, though. They do have a couple of teams to the left and the right both, and they need to get through at least one of them to be able to grab those very essential eliminations and placement points. Meanwhile, NB hiding inside the blades of grass for the time being, not really
Yeah,
pressured
NB
by
hasn't
anyone.
really been performing that much yet. They haven't gotten any frags. Are
Mhm.
they maybe looking at you know what? Let everyone battle it out. Will come when everyone is half a
Distracted.
squad. Yeah. Is that what they're looking at? Oh no, I think NB is in a bit of trouble. I feel like since 7 AKS may well have a number on them. Think they've realized where these guys are. Yep, uh, NB is in the circle. I'm not sure if they want to take on this battle with 7 AK.
It is a tough one because they don't have the information, right? 7AK does have more information as to where NB is at, and I think information is very key in deciding on how you want to take the fight. So NB has backed off, or moving away for the time being, but keeping their ground and keeping pressure as well, because the way that the ring is closing, right? 7AK has to push towards NB. NB doesn't really need to do much with the ring closing in from behind.
Yeah.
7AX is 7AK is the squad to be pressured to move in and take that engagement. So they are quite happy sitting behind and basically not moving forward and giving me a position. But meanwhile, as I say that,
Yeah,
we
Stronger
have
Esports
FTR.
right now getting a knock And
I
one
mean,
more elimination. Actually, I think them opening up their account with their first elimination this round. Stronger Esports, in fact, haven't apart from I think the first map in getting the chicken dinner, they haven't made a very big impact in the previous two matches. It's good to see that they're kind of like trying to get a few extra frags in and trying to get those eliminations. And we were talking about 7AKS and NB Esports. Looks like NB Esports has suffered a knock in the
we do
hands
have
of
another engagement.
7AKS.
Yeah, there is a fight happening. There are multiple fights happening. We are seeing another fight here. It's B Esports taking on ISSL
Oh wow,
and
B.
RB. Oh,
Oh
spray down
no,
coming out from 7AX. There is wait,
I
everyone
don't
is
think
here
he
actually. We have
realized that was. I don't think he realized how close they were there. As to how close the Team Classic 922 was, because he was trying to go for a utility, and right as he opened the door, oh, what some beautiful shots there by Ryuk, getting another elimination. Even though he is on his own, that was some beautiful work there.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Stronger Esports gets a knock and a elim to follow up onto 7AK, or finds another as well. We might see 7AK being eliminated completely, I think. B is down to the last man. Ryuk is the last one surviving, taking a little bit of shots here and there. We did see them in an engagement. They were kind of split. They were in an engagement with ISSL, Stronger Esports, and meanwhile we have another engagement happening across the board. VG is in a fight with 2A, and CSC is also in the midst of all of this. This is a struggle between around 3 to 4 teams here. Things have definitely heated up. Everyone has moved in, coming into the zone here. This is where things get interesting. We are in the fifth ring here, and meanwhile, lovely shots, lovely pot shots coming out, finds the knock there for Stronger Esports, and turns around looking for another. He does get the knock. No, he does not. He survives.
He does, I think.
Oh, he does. He got it.
He did
Yeah,
get
he
the
got
knock
it.
there. And I think he's also going to go in for a quick res with one of his teammates. VG, again, with 6 eliminations. VG is getting eliminations. I feel like they know what they're doing, but they're losing the plot right towards the last few circles. Could it be that for VG this time around? You know what? We didn't make any match predictions for this one. We've kept it open-ended
Yeah.
because it's like, you know, anyone's game. And we're still in like the fifth map. And ISSL still holding all 4 ranks in their ranks are still there, but they seem to be hugging that circle. They haven't made a push yet.
So the ring has.
Oh, that was some beautiful work there,
pushing
taking
kick
down Team Classic in a bit of trouble. B being taken down. I believe that is B Esports being eliminated there, with Ryuk as the only person remaining. VG again with those eliminations. 8 teams left. We have ISSL with all 4 still in their ranks. VG with all 4 in their ranks.
Yeah, a lot of these teams do have all 4 in their ranks, but also there are multiple teams with multiple players in their squads. Meanwhile, they do find another elim here. VG will find a knock on to Billy as well. ISSL Jimmy will find a knock on to STR. They're looking for the elim, not finding it, spraying it down. And meanwhile,
Jimmy
will get shot in the back.
third-partied.
Be careful. They are getting third-partied. Jobu finds
again,
one.
Hopeless. I think that's the 3rd time Hopeless has gotten knocked. Every time that he's been dressed, he keeps falling. I don't think he has enough time to, with all of that, what's going on, he doesn't have enough time to, in fact, heal up enough.
This is a tough area for the final ring, though. Final couple of rings. It's very open-ended. A lot of bushes to play with. A couple of trees only. You can get
ISSL taking Stronger Sensor as well.
Will get knocked.
Is down. just trying to keep track of. Oh wow, look at this. VG. Oh, who's gonna get the best of it? Oh, what? Oh, well played. That push unfortunately did not work, and VG holding out. These guys are doing pretty well. Unfortunately, he was traded off. But will his teammates be able to consolidate that?
In the meantime, we do have a couple of more elims going here and there. We do see a Reds trying to be taken by a stronger esports that are not going to work out. And SITM now firing up 4 teams remaining with 10 players left. The zone is closing in. Everyone's moving in. It's open grounds. It's anyone's game right now here. But there is a bunch of smokes here for CAL. They are trying to, huddle up behind the vehicle for the time being. But of course, this is also dangerous.
Just in time. I don't think they need. Oh, they decided to go with the smoke. I was expecting MAKPEN, the team, to not actually use the smoke there, but just seek cover behind the vehicle because I don't think anyone spotted them. Though this is going to be difficult. They have a long way to go. Are they going to take the? Are they taking the vehicle?
Very unlikely.
No.
Very dangerous.
Really? No. Yeah, one is in the vehicle. Yeah, they are going to take the vehicle.
That's just a red flag flying around for telling everyone to shoot me. But
yeah. Oh, VG damage is hidden under those bushes. I don't think. Oh
no, it's
there we go.
Out.
Oh, he was. Yeah, that's VG being eliminated. It looks like MAKPEN's half of the team lives to get a few more eliminations. Oh, that's well played. They actually weakened that vehicle in the event someone else wanted to take it. Oh, a nade taking down one of the members from MAKPEN with
last two
Pasta taken down with the nade. It's, I think, just 2 teams left that was both being eliminated, and they were both near the vehicle when the nade went off. I think that was a double elimination which happened. Yep. SITM versus ISSL. SITM, maybe it's their time to finally come out on top. Or is ISSL going to make this harder for them? And
I mean, they do have the advantage, right? They do have the advantage. They have the numbers here for SITM. ISL down a man compared to what SITM has, and SITM doesn't really do anything. Keep an eye out, and as soon as they see something, they can push on as a 3 and try to take this fight. But ISSL also moving very slowly forward. Using the Blaze of Grass for cover right now with the brink closing in. It's going to be a tough one. Really haven't spotted anyone out yet. They are covered, but no, as I said, the Razor will get spotted, and he's going to be eliminated, leaving the last man surviving for ISSL.
It's a 1v3. That's a very tough one.
And Jimmy is the last man alive for ISSL against the 3 remaining from SITM. This is not going to be an easy one. Can he find an elimination is going to be the question. Jimmy is moving across. Meanwhile, we do have a flank coming through from SITM, and he's not going
Jimmy
to be able
tried
to do
though.
it.
He tried. For what it's worth, he tried. And SITM getting that chicken dinner. I think that was kind of like what they needed. They were the qualifiers ending the end of qualifiers quarters rather. They were right on top and fine, and they haven't been able to get that engine running. And I think they finally were able to there with just the 3 left. It was a 3v2. I felt that ISSL was unfortunate in the sense that positioning, there was no cover. There was just one house. And it was already occupied. Unlucky. That was unlucky. If things were a bit different, maybe what just that turned out could have been a different outcome. But kudos to SITM for that and for getting that chicken dinner.
It did. Let's take a look at the stats as well. So there you have it, guys. The winner chicken dinner is going to be SITM, who did take that chicken dinner, and they do have overall they do have 9 eliminations under their belt. Really stand-up performance coming out from them. They did. It was a long time coming, right? Because we spoke about this team as being the top seed coming in from the quarterfinals into the semifinals, but they haven't been really performing, and they haven't been really seen too much on those scoreboards. And this time around, though, they did manage to come in and grab that chicken dinner. Let's take a look at the match summary as well to see how well each of these players have performed across the board. So we do have VG, I think it was VG, VG gone with the highest eliminations
VG
of
holding.
9.
Wow. Look at this.
Wow.
This is something which we haven't seen before. VG, highest eliminations, highest damage, highest assists, and highest knockouts, all taken by VG. And with the highest healing being, I believe that was, in fact, from Team Classic 922. This is something new. We've not witnessed this before. VG really did crank things up. The post-match summary, but it is one person, VG gone, who's taken the 3 eliminations, damages, and knockouts.
Coming in for assists. I mean, this guy has gone absolute ham, and we will have a look at whether he has managed to grab the top player spot with that. I mean, he deserves it. But 9 eliminations, that's the highest per person we have had across the semifinals for today. That's 9 eliminations, 784 damage with a survival time of 2250. We have Desert from SITM coming in at 2nd place. We have a stronger esports Farhad coming in at 3rd place, and then from what was it, Classic, from Team Classic 922
Kinoxi.
Okay, Kinoxi. Thanks,
Kenoxi.
QB from SITM coming in at 5th place. But what a performance from VG Gone there, from Victor Gaming. I mean, we haven't seen a lot from them. We haven't seen a lot from them across the board. Like in match 1, 2, and 3, right? Like in terms of the overall scoreboard, looking at the points, we haven't seen a lot from them. But then you have Victor Gone coming out and performing like that. I mean, it's insane. And let's have a quick look at the highlights from match number 4 here.
Yeah, and here we go, kicking things off. It was a B opening up that account, and some very quick frags there in the close quarter situations, and things really changed this map. We had 7AKS trying to push this time around, trying to get a few extra frags. Then we had a stronger esports who had their eyes on Equinox there. And Equinox, unfortunately, weren't that lucky in this particular run. And look at this by Ryuk, some amazing solo performance with his entire team taken out. And even there with VB gone, which we were just VG gone, we were just talking about with those 9 frags. That was one of those moments of his. And then we had ISSL, who came in at the 2nd position. They were rotating with those vehicles, something which they were using to their advantage. And right here, VG, being pushed there, but unfortunately in that moment, it was a quick trade-off which took place. And overall, what we were seeing was some really amazing work. It was a shame that ISSL's positioning in this case on the 8th circle wasn't to their advantage, giving SITM the winner chicken dinner. That was match 4. Man, I'm still trying to get over the 9 eliminations.
It is insane, right? And you have one player who is outperforming everyone else across the board, and as a team, now you need to try and help bring your team up there. But let's take a look at match standings for match number 4 here. SITM Esports with the chicken dinner and 9. 9 eliminations, 24 total points. They will grab that number 1 position. We did see ISS and Noble Lions at second place in terms of placement, but 14 eliminations coming out from Victor Gaming to grab that second place. But their placement points, they only get 8. I think that's 4th place if I'm not mistaken, but they do grab a total of 22 total points. And then we do have ISS and Noble Lions at 3rd. Stronger Esports coming in at 4th. So good overall, consistent performance coming out from them. They have been decently good across the board, and they have got 10 eliminations, placement 6 placement point, gain them 16 points overall. MAKPEN, we haven't seen a lot of them, but they have come in at 5th place for this match number 4. Team Classic is a team that we haven't seen a lot, who was bottom of the barrel at the end of match number 3 in overall points, and they have come in at 6th place, managed to grab themselves 8 points. Inertia Esports, the winners of chicken dinner holder here, will only get 4 eliminations and only walk away with 6 points here. But let's take a look at the overall standing. Yeah.
Indeed, yes, it is the look of the overall rankings now. Stronger Esport with 52 points. They have now come up on top, as we saw for previously was RGC OPEX by the end of match 3 was on top. So you are seeing it live as we are. Things are changing. Bad Intentions in at number 3 with 46 points. SITM Esports with 41 points in at the 4th position. NB Esports, who were not very successful in their previous game, holding that 5th position with 38 points. Victor Gaming also making some noise at 6th position with 38. So those two are holding practically the 5th position right there. Inertia Esports in at the 7th position with 36 points, and Equinox 922 on at the 8th position with 31 points. Things are changing. They're constantly changing. And when we continue on to the bottom 18, MAKPEN in with 30, 7AKS in with 30, both of them holding that 9th position there. ISSL Noble Lions in at 26, CMF IPG 12th position with 21 points, Team Classic 922 in at the 13th position with 15 points. Astra Esports, now they have gotten 13 points for their 14th position. B Esports making a bit of an impact, but a lot more for them with still at the 15th position with 13 points. Retaliation X, it is definitely seeming a little uphill for them with just 2 points in holding the bottom position of a 16. So things overall have changed, like the top 8, what we saw just before and now, just two different ones altogether.
I mean, you should be happy. We were talking about who the stronger teams are. I think at game 1 you said that you would like to support Stronger Esports. They were 3rd in overall rankings coming in post quarterfinals, and they have now are on top, and they have been consistent. I think I told this before looking at the overall rankings as well. Taking a look at how the games have progressed, I think they have been a very consistent team in terms of elimination and placement. So they have been extremely good at consistently performing, even though they don't have multiple chicken dinners. They did get 1, but they don't have they don't have multiple chicken dinners, but they're still able to come out and perform. Same goes to all those top 4 teams we have seen overall. I mean, as you're casting also, you would realize, right, the names that we mentioned, it's like it tends to be repetitive because those are the teams that are within who is performing across the board. You would hear SITM, you would hear you would hear Stronger Esports, and you would hear about BIT. These are the teams that are continuously performing and continuously winning engagements, and these are the teams to look out for as well. So far, we might have a change of pace with game number 5 now. So we have 2 more games left.
We've come to our 5th game. Man, how about that? We are now getting back into Miramar. Last time's Miramar was a different pace all in itself. It was faster than Erangel. That was something which was very important to take note of, and especially the fact that the circle was in a more open area. I think I loved that to happen. So this time around, let's see what's going to be happening. And as you were mentioning, we do tend to be repetitive with some of the names, but that is because those are the ones which are at that particular moment in time that are in fact you know making those eliminations and making that noise at that particular instance. Personally, there are no personal preferences. We're just excited to cast this, and at the same time, just give our predictions in, and we'd love you to also do that. If you're seated at home watching with your friends, it could maybe be a watch party that you're doing. If you are doing any of that, please let us know. Let us know in the comments. Let us know who you think is going to come out on top at the end of day one here in the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. So the top 5 teams, in fact, have the next stage, the next level, which they'll be able to go to. And overall, there is $30,000 in prize money. It is something which would definitely help each of these teams winning that. And it's a prize distribution, and all 16 of them, none of them are going to go empty-handed anyway. So that's also something, because they've all been recognized for that amazing work that they have done all through the qualifying stages coming to this top 16. It has been an uphill battle for everyone. Just because we've seen some teams not performing all too well today doesn't mean that things are going to be the same for them tomorrow. It's a good opportunity for them to be like, hey, you know what? Let's learn. There's no success without failure. So game number 5, some learn faster than others. We'll see how things are going to be changing. And
you did. And going back to what you said, right? I think you mentioned that we don't play fair. It's just that the top 5 teams that we've been seeing, when it comes to the last few circles, when it's like chaos inside the battle, we do see those names pop up on the elimination feed. Certain teams popping up. That's because they are always in that top 5 or top 6-7 slots, and this is exactly why consistent performance across the board is going to matter a lot to be on at the top. And like Chess said, like you might not perform as well today, but tomorrow is a completely different day. Like you have a lot to learn, you have a lot to take back and go back and read through. But then you have the winning teams who are always on top. They're like, what do we change? Like they have nothing to change, because they think that what they're doing is working for them right now, so they don't really have to change what they're doing. But whereas the teams at the lower end of the standings have that opportunity to change things up and make a surprise going into that day 2 tomorrow. So there is a lot that they can work with. They have a lot to work with in terms of throughout the day as well, because you have the same map itself being played twice across 6 different matches as well. So they have a lot where you can adapt to fix any issues that you might have, whether it is strategy, whether it is placement, or whether it is your gunfight capability, or whether it is just communication overall, because we did see someone run over someone as well, a teammate as well. So this is where communication is the heat of the moment. That happened. So it is the heat of the moment. It is communication. These are a lot of things. So all these teams here, obviously they do deserve to be here. They had to beat out so many other teams. What, 256 teams, Chase, if I'm not mistaken?
Yep, 256 is where it all started. So
exactly.
That's saying a lot. Though speaking of vehicles, the last one, I think everyone understood that they had to use the vehicles on the opposing teams. And there were like a few knocks and eliminations from the vehicles itself. So it's interesting how everyone is, having a different take on how they want to go about it. And it's also what's important, which we forget to mention, is patience. You see someone, you have that itch that you want to get that knock or that elimination, but you sometimes wait because you sometimes find a better opportunity. Those are those like split-second calls that you're trying to make so that you get up on top. So some great things have been happening, some great strategies, some very good close quarters, especially when we saw at the very beginning of the previous map, with the shotty getting those 2 knocks. It's a good feel. If that was me as a player, I would feel very good about those 2, even though maybe it was like a 2v1 situation, actually 3v1 situation, and even though I did not maybe come up on top. So there's like small wins in this whole thing overall.
I think that was actually B Esports and ISSL where that scuffle did happen. They traded both the players. B Esports got the first knock with a shotgun, and ISSL's teammate did have a shotgun. He managed to bounce back down and get the knock in return. But none of them were eliminated. Mind you, both were resurrected afterwards. In the meantime, when the scuffle was starting, but overall, a lot of fun across the board for all these players taking part, as well as everyone who is watching from home. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are enjoying supporting your favorite team and players. I mean, make sure to mention who you like as a team, as a player. Who are you supporting in the comment section? Let them know that you are watching, that your support is with them by commenting on the comment section. But with that, I think in a very short while we will be able to see the last two games of the day. We have two more matches left. It is a repeat of what we have been seeing across the day in terms of maps, but it is going to be a completely different, I'm pretty sure,
Yep.
as we have been seeing, it's going to be a different winner, right? It's going to be a different winner. But I feel like if someone doesn't make an upset across the board, like from the overall standing, if you don't see a big upset, I feel like it is going to be one of those teams within the top 5 who is going to come in and make that impact. But we will have to wait and see. I mean, things can change, things can happen. But Miramar is going to be our next map. And I think Chase was talking about this being a much more fast-paced map in terms of eliminations. It is because it's a very open map, right? Like, you have very little cover. You have to use mountain terrain for your cover. You have to use a lot of vehicles for cover. There isn't a lot to work with, so you need to make the best out of the bad situation and try to go for those eliminations, take those favorable fights. Be very careful about third parties coming in, because they're very important.
Yep.
Since it's such an open map, so you need to be very careful about that. But I think
Yeah.
a lot of these teams would have learned from their experience from that previous game, right?
Indeed, and as you're saying, there's barely any cover. Those rocks feel like you're hiding behind pebbles in this particular map. So here we go. Let's see. As we are now kicking off the 5th match of day 1 here in the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. It is map Miramar.
And we're just about to get in to it with the players dropping off, flying over El Paso towards Impala there. But the thing again is obviously a lot of these players now would have an idea where each team would like to land. But of course, the direction that the aircraft is flying in will also play a role in where you want to go as well. It's going to be interesting to see whether we are going to see some early, skirmishes happening here and there, or whether it is going to be very safe and everyone just looting up for the initial stages of the map. But we will have to wait and see for that. And no one is going to
I feel like VG and I think that was Astra Esports. They seem to be going in like same direction. I think they broke off from one another, but it like for like a moment there, it looked like they were both trying to go to like the same area. VG's seems to be like in the middle of nowhere right now. Interesting.
They seem to be a bit lost right now in terms of, I think they were taken back there because they were being followed, so they tried to deviate there and end up in the middle of nowhere. So they need to be careful rotating in and trying to find that loot that is required. We are looking at ISSL right now, looting up quite safe. He has landed alone by the looks of it. Mamata all the way. I don't see his teammates on the map right now, so maybe deviate a little bit too much.
Or he jumped before he should have. Accidents happen.
Yep.
Yeah. All his mates are elsewhere. Or wait, or are they all in the same building and they're just stacked upon each other on the map?
That might make more sense.
I think. But in this case, we are seeing Team Classic in a bit of trouble here now. Vanzi has been spotted by CMF IPG. They know he's there. Oh, he's trying to get that. Oh, he gets that knock, but no heals. Gets the quick reload, trying to get that elimination, and he does. That is the first person being eliminated. Well done, 25. Like one elimination in. I think he's in the middle of nowhere. because I don't see
Yeah,
his mates, and I feel like even CMF IPG had split in two, and Equinox Choker is being taken down by, in fact, 7KS. Okay, so things are seeming to
ramp up
slowly
very
pick
early.
up. Yep.
And with that, we are looking at CMF here, moving across this mountain terrain. In the meantime, we have 7AK finding another knock onto Equinox side and will get the
It's another
elimination as
elimination.
well. And this is might be the first team going out. Equinox, if they are not careful, I think they have one player remaining, or rather two remaining in the area, and they need to be careful, or they will be out pretty early. 7AK does have all five players alive for the time being, and are going to be on the hunt for the last few players from Equinox here. Equinox, looking at Equinox Twist here, is
Oh,
going to be running
it
away,
seems
taking a little
like
damage.
okay. I felt that it seemed like it was that they were getting spotted there or being chased down. Those sort of situations. Oh, okay. I
Oh.
thought that he was going to get run over by his teammate there for a second, and I was like,
Wouldn't
oh
be the
no,
first
not
time it has
again.
happened.
It wouldn't be the first time. And Equinox is made an elimination right there. They are fighting back, these two. Everyone in
Oh,
the
they are.
same building. Equinox so on the second floor and the third and fourth floor, going all the way to the top.
Playing it safe, going to be waiting for the teammate to come in as well, because they do have another player around the area to help them out. So Equinox is going to be the team that needs to be afraid here. They are taking a 2v3, but a correctly placed molly, a spray can be the difference maker here.
But Twist
And
is waiting by the stairs. He's trying to get a frag in from the stairs. Might have that opportunity. Might, in fact, he has what looks like a bit. He has a good angle there. As soon as he can see them coming in. He sees.
shotgun.
And he in fact gets Cynex taken out.
We have another scruffle happening here. We have CMF taking on a fight against CSF.
At Team
And
Classic.
we do have
This
aid
match
in
is
here,
continuing. Oh, it is just a BIT just remaining for Team Classic. I'm not sure if they weren't eliminated just yet. Equinox. That was just a rest there, which is a 2v2 now. Things have now changed. They were able to get that one frag, that one elimination on the stairs with the shotty. Do you think that they might jump down and kind of sandwich them and try to push? Would Equinox try to do that?
I mean, they can.
No,
that would be. They have all three. Yeah.
No, in fact, actually 7AK. It was a previous person that was eliminated. They still have all three in their ranks, the remaining ones. So they can push. Oh, found a crack. Popping that nade. Twist. Doesn't seem that he was affected. I think he has a wall by him.
There's going to be so they're afraid to push up also, because they realize that they do have a shotty in hand as well, and one pump could be the difference maker in a fight like this. But this is another thing. They're trying to chip damage and starve Equinox out of healing utility, and then try and take this fight here. But again, Twist is holding the shotty at the ready here for anyone pushing forward here, and they need to be very careful on the side of 7AX. They are going to take this fight, as I say that.
They tried.
They tried.
Tried with the DBS, but to no avail yet. I don't think they even got chip damage there.
Flash?
I think he flashed himself.
7AK taking a little bit of damage there, but yeah, it happens. Happens to the best of us.
Indeed. Right. So this moment has become a bit of a. This is where the action is happening right now, and it is a battle of attrition between these two teams right now. Oh, 7AK is. Oh, they're making the push, Cynex.
And the one from behind.
In fact, It was trade for
Destruction.
trade. And yeah, this Equinox taken down. They've been eliminated. They were just able to get the knocks on
I'll survive.
EXO. That was well done. They took their time, found found the crack on the hole rather on on that floor, and managed to push from both sides. And I don't think Equinox even knew what was happening at that moment when the push took place.
Yeah, I mean it's
Well
a tough one
played.
to
That
defend
that
when you get
was
flanked as well.
yeah. That was kind of like a 200 IQ moment there by the team.
Mhm. Indeed. And what are we looking at in terms of where the map is going? We have a lot of the teams heading into the ring right now, and we might not see a lot of them dying to the ring until the latter part, especially due to the fact that there is still quite a bit of open space left to play for.
Yeah,
And
but we're
we are
looking
looking
at
at
someone
VG.
who is a strangler, which Gone has. Oh, RX. One of their members are in trouble.
Is he? Is in the water? Is there
Yeah,
water
that's
there?
retaliation. Retaliation X is in the water. I think he was running away, and he's now in the water and stuck there. From what I know, from what I remember on this particular map, it is not the easiest thing when you get in the water to get back out, especially in the position that he's in. Is help coming
Mhm.
for him?
Throw him a lifeline. But in the meantime, we have SITM on top of a tower, looking at all of this taking
Oh,
happen.
damage. Don't forget, VG has been getting the higher frags in these last few games. They have been, especially. I believe it was Gon who was in our previous game that we saw who had the highest number of eliminations. See, it is a long swim. This is. I'm not sure if it's PUBG or he's doing a triathlon right now. Very unfortunate though.
Very, very unfortunate indeed. But things are still at a standoff here between these two teams, VG and RX, both looking at each other, looking at each other.
Oh, that
Damage
was a
on VG!
beautiful
Damage!
damage. It was beautiful. Zolex though being dressed. Oh no, gone.
But
In fact, making sure that another is knocked. Okay, so it though though the knocks came
fighting
in,
it
they
out,
haven't still gotten any eliminations. That's the first one of RX taken down. Zolex with the trade. Gone coming in
trying to
with the
get the knock.
vehicle. Oh, that was a bit of a fast and furious moment there. Man, I'm
And
telling you,
Zolex
these
is going to
vehicles,
get
I've been
eliminated.
used to it. So full potential right now.
Oh,
Zolex
he sees him. Did he see
also
him?
eliminated. Gone missed him. I don't think he saw him. I think he was under the
No way.
water. But the zone is going to get him. Are they going to take that elimination? Oh,
Yeah,
they
he did
see,
see him.
and
Okay,
he's
there you
gone.
go.
Yep, there you go. That it's for retaliation. It's not been a good run. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate, but there is another game, and there's a few more days to turn things around. That's the important thing. So unfortunate. I feel like when he was trying to get away from VG, he might have accidentally fallen into the water. Because the orders, but tactically, that was not a good decision. So SITM
They're
coming
chilling. They're
from
chilling for the time being.
the chicken dinner from the previous game
And
seem to be. I feel like they're taking this one a bit slow.
yeah, because if you look at the map right now, the spread has been good. But having said that, look at the left bottom part of the map, right? Looking at lots, he goes here. We do have a couple of teams moving in to the zone from here, and we have. One of the teams, INES, who is going to be out there, who's going to be able to look at this and maybe look for a couple of eliminations. And meanwhile, we might have a fight here because both the teams are moving into the zone together. Shots are being fired at the Vega,
Yeah.
taking a little bit of damage
Oh,
from the zone.
I think it was from one of the other teammates of VG, just helping out and spotting those shots being fired. But though VG is quite far out on the circle. Oh dear. I
Oh, looking for
eyes on the
shots.
prize, misses though, tries, doesn't get any hits.
Not going to be lucky enough to get anything done with that. But they are still outside the zone. This is, we are looking at 2A. He is trying to get inside the zone. We have looking at OPX here, very much inside the zone and looking to bunker down somewhere, looking for some cover, looking for some loot, and then move towards and look at where the next ring is going to be and what their final destination is going to look like, or predict what their final destination is going to
Yeah, and it's good to
be
see
like.
OPX a little bit because they're like in the top three, and we've
Yeah,
not really. OPX seems to always come about when the madness happens, and then
yeah,
they
yeah.
kind of like disappear back into the bushes for a little while, and then they aren't actually what's the word I think which I should be using here. They aren't really pushing for the chicken dinner. I'm still trying to understand uh, RGC OPEX what their strategy is. I think that we need to see them a little bit more for us to get a better understanding because whatever that they're doing, it's working for them.
Yeah, and I think the idea is not to be winning every game here as well, right? They are looking for that consistency in terms of their performance, and they don't want to take any unnecessary risk. And that's exactly probably why we haven't seen a lot of them, because there it hasn't obviously there hasn't been much to show, right? Like if you're wiping squads and all, you would be looking at this team. But this squad has been very sneaky in the way that they approach the game. But in the meantime, we do have an engagement happening here where VG Warzone looking for a kill onto the side of SITM, not really going to find
Yeah,
anything.
but also
Gone
at the
the
same time,
man
he I
of
think
the
he
game.
managed to get a knock there on B
Yeah.
Esport as well, one of the VG members.
uh,
And B is actually right there. They're not too far away from each other. It feels like this might actually be a map where we might have part buildings and part open area towards maybe like the end of the circle. Like right now we have like one side which is an urban area, and then we have the other side which is all hills. Uh,
and then we
Seven
have another
AKS
fight
with another knock there.
elimination. Yeah.
Uh, was it?
Oh.
I thought it was a knock. I'm sorry.
Oh, and that's
Oh
going to
no,
be
that
another
definitely was an
elimination there.
elimination.
Yeah. Riley was taken out there. The elim going in favor of 7X. And meanwhile, VG, this is a team to watch out for, right? They have been performing so well, and especially Gone has to be that player to watch out for, going for multiple eliminations in the previous game and just carrying the team on his back. Ooh, a nice effort there, and from Warzone to try and get that kill. But they
Yeah, just trying to
are
flick
short of
that.
one man.
Yeah, damage unfortunately was eliminated. I think that took place just after the when I believe it was Astra Esports. Sorry, it was when retaliation was eliminated,
Yeah.
and they were trying to like move into the zone. I think there was a bit of a skirmish which took place there in which he was eliminated. Even seven AKS still one man down as well.
So
And
a lot of
it
these
seems
teams
that
have lost
everyone,
at least one or two.
yes, but though it does seem that uh, no one is really committing with a push, except right now, 7 AKS with a push and a trade. Quick
Was that a
reload
trade?
there. Yeah, it was
Oh
a
yeah, there
trade.
was.
There we go.
Very good rest, and meanwhile shots are being fired from 7AK, who is outside the zone here. But it is still zone number 4, so he's going to be okay for the time being. Only 3 players remaining on the squad,
No,
and
one of them
he is,
actually got knocked just
yep, in the zone.
on the zone. Oh, Matt there. Stopping the charge from VG. And VG's been eliminated. Sinks has also been eliminated from the zone. We just saw that 7AKS who seemed to be going out to out of the play area. I do not know why. Maybe she was trying to get a vehicle. B. Raik also eliminated just a short while ago. Eliminations are now coming in. Things are starting to move. OPX having three in it, NB having all four of them. And we are seeing, we have, in fact, it is a stronger esport. Right now, top seeding.
Indeed. And STR, they need to move again here as well, right? So they are not really bunkering down here. They are just passing through because they are assuming that the ring is going to be pulling further towards the middle than to where they are at. So they are just looting through, trying to move across. But altogether 12 teams remaining with around 39 players left in these rings as well. So again, we spoke about VG here. VG down 2 players already, but we do have that man of the match from that previous game. VG gone with so many eliminations. So looking for a lot to happen from him as the rings closes in. Maybe look for those engagements and try to third party the Mira. Nade action here.
Trade. Oh, but they both survived. Oh no! In fact, the better off. Oh, that was unfortunate. That was bad intentions. They were able to get that elimination in. Though I think by far that was one of the more lighter moments that we've had with with a trade of nades. Well, it is zone 5. We are now going to be moving into our next zone. It's going to start creeping in.
Ooh. ISSL is in a lot of pressure, I think. They lost 2 already. And they will eliminate Mamata
just Jimmy.
Time. Jimmy gets a trade. Trying to run away.
If Jimmy falls, that's an elimination. Oh, and it's an elimination. That's ISSL Noob Alliance has just been eliminated there. I think he was shot from someone else outside the building. I think he got caught on a window there.
And with that,
Team Classic.
Team Classic here looking to follow this up. They got 2 more knocks here. STR Center has been taken out for the time being. VG gone in the meantime.
VG gone is gone.
He didn't get eliminated. He got knocked, so I'm not sure if he's completely...
Was it just knocked? Okay.
Yeah, it was just knocked. But still hasn't been eliminated. Meanwhile, we do have 9 getting more kills and be beast. Meantime,
I felt that he walked into what was going to be his untimely demise because as you saw there, I think there were 3 people in the garage that he was charging. We're down to just the last 10 teams, and a nice nade thrown in there. This is a 2v4 which we're seeing right now. It's NB Esports taking on RGC OPEX.
Moving forward here.
That quick knock there. Unknown taken down. So NB only has 1 per... he doesn't have time to heal. I think he's that's a wipe. Yeah, he just didn't have that time.
A tough one.
So we're down to our last 19.
Last 19, 24 players left. They are getting the resurrection of for OPX. So they do have all 4 players alive and kicking. And they are moving in. It is zone 5 right now. And it is pulling towards... I mean, there are processes by the looks of it for them to play around. So there is cover. They are not play area where there is nothing. They are looking to... play in these houses. So anyone who gets here first and bunkers down will be at an advantage. And look who it is. It is going to be SITM, who has been here for some time now, has bunkered down, held the building.
Moved.
Yeah, predicted that the ring is going to be coming towards here.
Oh, beautiful. He hasn't had to move, and he's able to get that knock in there. OPX in a lot of trouble. They have all gotten caught there by SITM. It is a 1 elimination, 2 eliminated with just, I think, 1 remaining of the OPX team, with 1 having been knocked. You were right. There was actually no reason for SITM to move. They are in such a good vantage position right now, and the circle is coming to them. Who would have guessed this? It is, in fact, SITM. They managed to predict that this is where they should be holding. And Team Classic in a bit of trouble there.
Ooh.
That this does seem a little unfortunate there. But just going back to what we just saw with RGC OPEX, they had like a really good opportunity there. And something which we did see was with RGC OPEX. In fact, what happened was the fact that yeah, so something which we were just witnessing there with RGC OPEX was the fact that they were in fact able to, especially in those close quarters, they were very quick, but just when they were making that movement there, they got caught to SITM because they were moving as a whole, as one unit, and SITM, again, getting more eliminations coming in. BIT, Bad Intentions, is losing yet another one of its members, VG only having 2 left, and SITM rather having all 4 of their ranks, 16 still left, 15 remaining.
Back to back, maybe?
Yep, it is B. Yeah, B Esports has been eliminated now.
Yeah.
So yeah, like,
I mean, they got placement, right? I feel like B was not. Yeah.
Yeah, like exactly. And even if we look at this right now, like Team Classic, they're caught in such a precarious position. They are literally caught in a pit, so to speak. They're caught in the foundations. They cannot seem to move. SITM constantly are pinning them down. Then you have VG on the other side. They're inside that building. Again, not really having any good angles.
Timing. So, like, that nade coming out from SITM was so good because it's going to delay VG pushing out the building and going to take a little bit of zone damage when they come out. They had to dodge it in the meantime. There's a bit lazy mouth here. Will get the elimination as well. Playing a little bit safe. Dobu in the meantime will find a Gone on the other side. SITM ramping up will find the elimination. Dobu finds another on.
That's 2 eliminations.
VG will get taken out. Again, they have ultimate position here. They find another one. The third elimination goes on, like the 4th one as well.
Oh my god, another one.
Ground.
What is going on? SITM, it's like taking candy from a baby sort of situation right now.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for the other 3 teams. They're trying to battle it out against each other, and at the same time have to worry about SITM, who I think did it mean to do that?
No.
Did he just
meant to? He's pushing across.
Oh no. Oh, cheeky. I think the other 2 are going to hold, and he's going to do a rotation and try to flank them on, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and this might be the ultimate play as well, because unless anyone saw him moving across, he has moved back again, because I think CALL did spot him moving across. So that wouldn't have worked out, because they would have pushed at the exact moment that he would have pressured that squad. But now these 2 teams,
MAKPEN,
they're even solo as well.
They have all 4. They have all 4 as well, as does SITM. SITM might be in a bit of trouble with this zone if they don't. I think that's what they're doing. Yep, they're trying to get out before the next zone. In the next 30 seconds, the zone's going to come in, and they're going to get caught in the building itself if they do not come to the lower ground. So it's not an even playing field, unfortunately. SITM still technically has the higher ground.
There is a solo, mind you, on the left side of SITM as well. They need to be careful about this. They haven't spotted him out yet, and he is just.
I didn't spot the solo.
Oh, he's on the right side right now, next to Desert. So needs to be careful. Desert win
Oh
away.
no, Team Classic.
All right,
Oh,
and there
BIT.
is BIT.
Oh no,
Okay,
it
they
is
do
now
get the solo.
3 teams left. Solo is down. Oh,
He's pushing
Desert.
from the side.
Oh,
Meanwhile, taking quite a bit of damage. Uh, SITM,
MAKPEN.
one player went into the zone. Meanwhile, Desert goes in, will find the knock and looking for the Elin, but there is another player and they will get the full wipe there. And now for the last two teams looking it out here, Jobo will get
Oh, in
knocked
this
here.
one knock of
Molotov as
SITM.
well, BITM. BIT actually might actually be able to do this here, but no, as I say that they will lose one down to the last player, and the rest of the gang from SITM will push forward for this final knock. And there you have it, guys.
There we have it.
SITM closes it out with a winner chicken dinner, and that's a back-to-back, isn't that?
It is a back-to-back, but how lucky can you get in being able to get the tallest building in the entire map, and you just have to sit on it the entire time? Because we were looking at SITM early on in the match. We came back to them towards the end of the match, and they were still there. And they were just picking like one after the other. No one had any answer to it. And
Absolute bird's eye view, right? Like
it is. But kudos also to them for the fact that they were able to make sure that no one pushed into the building, because as soon as that happened, it would have been, an instance where they would have had to like deal with that. Man.
Yeah, I think we are right now. We are looking at the stats here. We have 6 eliminations from Desert. We have Dobo with 4. We have QB with 4 as well. So overall, they have quite a number of eliminations across the board. They have around 15 eliminations. That's quite a number of eliminations to have for the side of SITM. And damage, look at the damage numbers, right? 828, 985 for Dobo, doing quite a bit of work for the team. And it goes back to what you said, I think, of not allowing anyone else to push that building as well. If you see what they were doing, they were playing at 3 or 4 different levels inside the building, and they were looking at different angles. So they always had someone watching any team that is trying to push out, and anyone who was going to push out, they will have to push out from down. And you don't want to risk it because you're going to get shot by the third party as well. You're pushing a spot that you know that is there, and as soon as he starts firing at you, someone else is going to hear that and he's going to shoot at you as well. So, I mean, overall, I feel like they played a really good game. And let's have a look at all the stats from this particular match as well. So, highest elimination, 6 coming out for Desert. Had to be one from them. And Jobo with 985, the highest damage. Dobo with the highest number of assists with 600 as well.
It's almost a deja vu all over again from the previous game. With SITM holding 4 of the same slots as for what VG did previously. How about that? Desert. Desert. Yeah.
He has to perform, right? It's his map technically. I mean, the map is basically a desert, and this guy holds true to his name and performs very, very well on the map. But we have one more game left for the day, right? So, as SITM came in as top seed, right? Yeah, and
we will know that in just a second.
Yep, we will. And we do have the top player for this particular game. It is going to be Desert here, taking that number 1 spot with 6 elimination, 828 damage, the survival time of 26:30. We had Dobu, we have Gone as well, Gone again, bringing it in for the team, and then 7AK as well, and then QB coming in at 5th place. But yeah, we were talking about SITM coming into the day. They did come from the quarterfinals as a top seed into the semifinals, and now they are really performing. They took some time. The first 2 games were a bit slow. Actually, the first 3 games itself were slow. They weren't getting a lot. They weren't getting noticed too much. But now they come with back-to-back chicken dinner there.
Man, like, it was overall one of those moments where I think it took all of us, you and I both, by surprise as to like the overall situation which was happening there. And let's revisit this match as we're going to be dropping into our highlights reel. And this is match 5. This was a very good drop there which you had there. Equinox, unfortunately, with the skirmishes which they're having with 7 AKS, weren't able to capitalize on it in the long run of it. As you see here, Equinox were eliminated by some quick thinking there. And again, we were seeing a very unfortunate demise for Retaliation X. So one of their members ended up, I think, accidentally falling into the water, and there is no escaping there. And you kept seeing a few instances where 7AKS were picking things up, and then the next thing which we knew, had SITM who just took out OPX right here in this particular moment. And this is where everything just pretty much changed. It was 1 elimination, 2 elimination, 3 elimination, 6, 8, 9, and more we have here. 10. Yep, that's the 10th elimination. Then it was just a 4v2 in which at the end SITM came up on top when they made that final push to take out Bad Intentions X-Bit there. Man, that game was something else.
Indeed. And I think I really enjoyed the game also, because I feel like it is just comes down to how well SITM, it goes to show why they are the better team, or they were the top seed coming in, right? Because of the decision making that went in. But let me talk a little bit about that after taking a look at the match standings. So SITM, obviously, with 15 eliminations, 15 placement points, they get the first place for match number 5, with Bad Intentions coming in at second, Team Classic in third place, Victor Gaming with 13 points coming in at fourth, and MAKPEN, again very consistent, I must say. I feel like I've been seeing them a lot in this 5th place position, has got 12 points. But the teams that we haven't seen this time around, Stronger Esports, RGC Open, 7AKS, these NB Esports as well. They are teams that we have been mentioning a lot. And then Equinox, our winner from the first game number 1, only getting 1 point in this match. So I mean, a lot has changed going in to this game. But going back to what I was saying about SITM, the decision making has been impeccable. Coming in, they took some time and they have been able to find it. Let's take a look whether they have managed to take the top spot with this overall rankings. Let's have a look at what the overall standings after match number 5 looks like in these semi-finals. I feel like, Chase, SITM would have taken that spot, right? I mean, they're holding it, right?
Well, only one way to find out. As we're now moving into the overall rankings, it is SITM. You are spot on. 71 points within the 5 matches. They came out of nowhere. They took a little bit of time to engage, and engaging they did. In at the number 1 position there with a 2 winner chicken dinners, 35 eliminations, and 71 points in total. Bad Intentions X-Bit in at number 2 with 64 points. Stronger Esports were dropped to the 3rd position with 55 points. RGC OPEX at 52 in the 4th position. Victor Gaming at number 5 with 51 points. MAKPEN 42 points in at number 6. Inertia Esports with 41 points at number 7. NB Esports with 40 in at number 8. And that is our top 8. SITM taking that top spot with 1 match remaining for day 1.
Yeah, and the team that kind of has been not living up to standards was the number 2 seed there, like 7AKS Axe, who is right now currently at 9th place with 38 points in total, with 22 eliminations, 16 points. Team Classic coming in at 10. They have been moving up little by little. They were at the bottom of the barrel. Equinox at 11th place after get a winner chicken dinner in the previous, I think that's game number 1 there. They haven't been really performing. With ISS Noob Alliance, haven't we did see them in a couple of skirmishes. Not a lot coming out from them either. Only with 27 points. CMF, IPG getting around 10 eliminations, but only 11 placement points. So they have been missing out on placement because that is where majority of your points come from. BE Sports, we saw signs of life from the very aggressive movements coming out from them, trying to get on the board, getting those points, but they still only managed to rack up 18 points because their placement points have not been good. If you look at the 18 points, how it's made up of, it's like with 12 kills and their placement points are only 6, so not making a lot in terms of placement. And then Astra Esports, not doing that great either. 13 points, 9 coming from elimination, 4 coming from placement, and retaliation sitting very unfortunate for them on multiple occasions, but sitting at the bottom of the barrel going into this 6th game and the last one for the day as well. Can SITM make it a hat trick is going to be the question now, because they have firing all cylinders since that last game. Their decision making has been good, their positioning has been good, overall their gameplay has been good as well, and they were the top seed coming in for a...
Yeah, and with that, we are going into Sanhok for the second time and the final time for this evening. This is, in fact, our final match that we're going to be jumping into now. It is, without a doubt, going to be, as Tara just mentioned, would it be SITM trying to get, a threefer? Would that be what it's going to happen, or will someone else try to dethrone them? We will find out in just a bit. But if you just take just that moment to see how SITM, I feel like it was a bit of cat and mouse. I feel like they were, let's gauge what everyone else is doing. Let's try to get an understanding on how everyone else is playing. Let's wait and then afterwards fire up. And it felt like their strategy is to fire up in the second round of the maps. Is what I think. I don't know if I got it right. It does feel like that. It does feel like we want to see how these guys measure up in the first 3 games. Hey, we can wait. We can like a few kills, eliminations. Easy placement. Let's not worry too much. And then let's drop the gauntlet.
Indeed, I think I mentioned this towards the second or third game also, right? It comes down to endurance. It is not going all out and performing in that game number 1, but having a consistent performance across the board. But if certain teams are going all out, very stressed out in the first couple of games, getting full on into it, and then by the time you hit that 4th, 5th, or rather 5th and 6th game, you're all out of energy, and you don't have that same mentality coming in, and you don't have that hype coming into that final game. And I think SITM played beautiful. They were keeping on par. They were not winning, or they were not in their top 3 positions or whatever, but they were within the top 10, consistently getting kills, getting placement points, and biding their time until they can strike. And they gauged it well, and we spoke about how you need to gauge, because we were playing the same 3 maps twice. You can technically gauge in the first 3 maps and then come and outperform in the last 3 maps. And I think that's kind of what SITM is doing also. They kind of looked into what everyone else was doing, kind of gauged what they were doing wrong and what they need to improve on going in, and now they have come back in very, very strong, going back-to-back chicken dinners in the 4th and the 5th map. And I won't be surprised if also they manage to put it in the bag. We'll have to wait and see though. With the game getting ready, we will be able to check out whether SITM will be able to trip it. But like I said in a little while back also, what we haven't seen is from MK's Axe, which was the 2nd seed coming in from the qualifiers the quarterfinals as well, and we haven't really seen that big of a performance. But of course, all these teams came from 256 teams. We're looking at it right now from in-game qualifiers. 256 teams dropping down to the group stages of 16, and then 1 to 8, and 64, 32. We are here for 16 teams as well. And mind you, out of the 16 teams, 5 will be moving on into the pro leagues. The top 4 teams will be moving into the league. But this particular tournament itself will have a prize pool of $30,000, 10,000
In
for first
fact,
place.
indeed.
Yeah.
It is, yeah, it
I mean,
is in fact
it is insane, right? The
30,000.
number, and everyone walks away with money. I think that's what is great about the entire prize pool.
Yeah, and that's what's important. Like you're not losing out. You are, whether you are 16th place or whether you're 10th place. What's good is the fact that you are also taking not just any something monetary. You're also taking back memories. You're taking back new learnings, understanding, because there's always next year, there's always that where you can again go through this and try to come to this stage and outperform. And that is something which we see. Those who dominate today, teams that dominate today, are not the teams that dominate tomorrow. It's an ever-changing landscape, and that's the amazing thing about mobile esports, and that's the amazing thing about PUBG Mobile. And it's been made possible for us to witness this through the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. And Sanhok is just under 60 seconds away, and we are going to see who is going to be playing it out. So that's what's important. And again, when you take the fact that you are going to have 5 of these teams being able to go into the pro league, that is, hey, I hope that you and I get to cast the pro league.
For sure, man. For sure. I mean, I would love to do that. And mind you, like, they don't just stop at the pro leagues as well, right? You can then qualify into the global championships as well, which is absolutely insane. Having the opportunity to do that through this tournament, and a lot of these teams haven't had that opportunity to showcase their skills. And this is allowing them. The national championship is allowing them to come in, perform, and prove they're capable of making it all the way. And with that thought, we are going to begin our last map for the day, and let's see who is going to be taking home that chicken dinner and who is going to be on top at the end of day number 1 of this semi-finals. Let's head on into it.
Yes, and this live is in fact done in 5 languages, so with Bengali, Mongolian, Jonka, Sinhala, and English. So each of them having their dedicated streams. And thank you again for everyone for joining us, and continue to be here with us through this day 1 final match. It is match 6, Sanhok, as you heard, and we are going to find out who is going to be on the top at the end of day 1 after this round. So this is where things kind of get a little interesting, because it is where, if 2 teams are, I think, and there we already have a knock. Kage taken down by Stronger Esports. And it is the first elimination, not even 12 seconds in? What is going on? Stronger Esports taking on Equinox 922. And it is just Farhad from Stronger Esports who is up, and looks like it is a very quick res which has been done there. Though an opportunity missed, I think, for Equinox to take down a Stronger Esports there. But then at the same time, Equinox, in fact, it is our first elimination already. Stronger Esport has just been eliminated from this round. And now we have ISSL taking on B Esport with what seems like a ruin. Being a bit cautious is Jimmy, not trying to try to gauge it, try to see where the rest of the B team is. And they're taking it slow. I don't think they want to overcommit on this. Still, this is very early on in the game. The last thing you want is another elimination. Stronger Esport taken down. And now here we are. We're now witnessing ISSL Noob Alliance taking on B Dex It is B Esport, to be more precise. The two of them in a very close situation, though neither team has engaged with one another. So we do see one of the B team players
We've seen this before,
doing a
right?
bit of
I feel
a
like we have seen this before.
rotation. Dude, but then like imagine the fact that already stronger esports has been eliminated by Equinox.
Yeah.
Like it happened within like not even 20 seconds into the
Indeed.
game. You know, we already don't have one of the
One of the top teams.
yeah. Like
This is the thing, right?
if
Like, I
that's
feel like
any
they throw Hail
indication,
Marys.
yeah, but you know, like if that was any indication of what this particular round is going to be like, man, I am extremely intrigued to see what's going to be happening towards the end of this round.
I mean, while we do have the fight, B will find the kill onto Mammoth on ISSL, and they will get that elimination as well. So that's the first one going down for the side of ISSL. And we look at this, look at the position that one of the players on the side of B Esports has taken, has really good angles coming in to cover off what ISSL is doing. With ISSL, they cannot really move outside now, and with that, we do have other eliminations or knocks happening across the map. Meanwhile, they are moving in to take this fight. They are looking for a fight. Jimmy will get knocked, and the elimination is going to be good as well. By the looks of it, yes, leaving the last two alive. They're taking the fight. Ryuk is trying to fight it out. He's extremely low. He's trying to do it out, but not going to work out, and they will get a knock here. Down to the last man alive. Razor is going to be the one and only survivor, and looking for the fight here. Goes in and will get knocked and eliminated. And that is going to be ISSL out. I think they do have one more player left. I think they have one more left. But Mila, oh, lovely nade coming out from OPX there onto NB. Will find a knock, looking for an elimination. Meanwhile, OPX finds double elimination, and NB fighting up against OPX will find one knock onto Unknown here, who is on the ground. But the skirmish is still happening. The shotty coming through puts him down and gets the elim as well. NB. Meanwhile, there is more happening across the team fight. OP Fantastic is the only one who is going to be alive here in for his team, so he needs to be very very careful of how he plays this. Meanwhile, some results have come in on the other side, so he is going to be okay. They are going to be okay, but it's a tough one. Meanwhile, we do have CAL making their way through, not really contested. They were in towards boot camp. Just like this has been some action pack. And what I was going to say before is that when it comes to the last game, right, you technically have nothing to lose, right, because you've done everything that you can, and you tend to throw
Yeah.
Hail Marys when it comes to this point. And that's exactly what is happening. We will see certain teams, going all out and throwing caution to the wind, especially the teams who are at the lower end of the standings. They will, try to change things up, throw a Hail Mary and see what sticks,
Yeah, they're definitely YOLOing it, that's for sure. And even here, we're seeing OPX, like OPEX rather, with just one left in its ranks, and it's a 1v2. I feel like NB Esports keeps getting, and that's an elimination there of another squad wipe. I do feel that NB Esports is they are not able to follow through. It's kind of like what I feel like. They are in some very good positions, and I just felt that they've been having some a bit of misfortune here and there through this day one.
Yeah,
Maybe someone
definitely.
tomorrow might be changing things up.
Mm-hmm. True. Yeah, it goes down to a little bit of misfortune and just decision making as a whole as well. And obviously, like when you are deciding where you are going to be towards the latter part of the rings, decision making comes into play. Predicting the ring is going to be very key. From what I heard, there are certain rings, so you need to be looking at where you're at and what you can do with that. And then if you're unfortunate, tough luck. And I think a bit of decision making and luck has played quite big part in what they have been able to do, and why we haven't seen them going all out and being outperforming everyone, because they have, like you said, got some really good situations in their hands. Even the first game, I think they were in a really good situation, getting multiple pickoffs left, right, and center, and then the ring kind of forced them out of the building, and they got caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, CMF, we see dictator in the middle of the ocean, casually.
Yeah, he's enjoying life,
He's
Till
enjoying
let's
life.
get in, get a tan in the middle of what is it doing though in the middle there? Uh,
He's healing.
smart, just snacking away. But that is very far for him to be going to heal when his teammates are just there. Are they all gonna go for a swim? It's possible.
This, it's possible, right? It might be a strategy that they can use, because the ring seems to be pulling towards that way as well. And this because last time around, the ring was pulling towards the side of boot camp, and there wasn't a lot of water entry or a lot of water to play with. But this time
Yeah.
around, the ring is towards that northern side, where there is a lot of water across that island that they can play around with. So it might be a viable option, and it might be a flank that they can get off as well.
They could be probably going for placement. I think maybe CMF is like, hey, you know what? Let's just play placement this time around. So you maybe have like a twofold. You have those who are just like, hey, you know what? Let's just have some fun. It's the last game of the day. Just let's just blow off some steam. Let's take it easy. And then you have those that are like, hey, you know what? Let's maybe try to dial it back. Let's maybe try to get some points in from just placement. Let's not try to overcommit to any engagements. So you have both of those, and just like a while ago, we were just seeing a SITM who have now won two in a row. You notice they still haven't opened up their account. They have not
Yep.
gotten any eliminations, and they too seem to not be in too much of a hurry. They realize that they have a very big gap from the second seat, so I think they are just letting things just go, take it as it comes. It's kind of like what seems to be Sanhok right now. It's very very mixed vibes which we're getting from all the teams right now.
Indeed, and we do
Oh,
have a
speaking of
small engagement
SITM,
there. The spots one from 7AKS there, and looking to put some damage there. But looking at the team survival on the right side of the screen, you can see that Stronger Esports getting knocked out at the start. ISSL was the next to go, with OPX following behind. Sorry, no, following behind close, and then we do have the rest of them alive, but a lot of them are missing quite a number of players. We have Equinox down two. We have the squad from NB down two as well. We have the B squad down one. We have BITX down one as well. We have the side of CSC down three, and down to the last man surviving. So very few
yep.
squads with all four players alive. Astra is one, SITM is one, VG is one. Retaliation
Oh.
wasn't the first team to go out, so they've been alive. Meanwhile, Gone finds elimination onto one of the players on the side of NB there, and down to the last man for them. Oh, he's in the
And
water.
wow, there's a lot of water. There's a lot of action in the water this time around. And
And
NB
that's
is unlucky because now they're just left with like one player. Them along with Team Classic, both of which having only one player each. VG still holding on to the whole squad. I thought I witnessed a knock, but I think there was a quick revive which took place there. And here we are looking at Astra Esports. No eliminations for them. Haven't opened up this account this time around. though we have Sari, who has been keeping an eye out, trying to see if anyone is coming their way, and SITM is not that far away if they are looking for a fight.
Indeed, and if you look at the eliminations also, right, the squads that have been in fights, they don't have numbers alive. We have Equinox with 4 eliminations, but only 2 people alive. We have NB with 4 eliminations, only one person alive, and B is the only squad that has managed to scrape away with three. B and BITX are the only 2 squads after getting into an engagement, got multiple kills and being able to survive with you know positive numbers rather than being on the negative side of things. And
Indeed.
VG does have all 4 players alive with that 1 kill. VG hasn't run into a lot of players also, to be fair. They haven't run into a lot of teams, but meanwhile, as I say that, we do have a knock. Is that
B
onto
might, yeah, there is one knock on B, uh, but there's no elimination there as of yet.
the meantime? VG is going to find a drop.
Yep,
Now we
and
see that
it seems that in Inertia just I think got an elimination. Yep, they got 2 eliminations, 2 eliminations there. I think of Inertia Esports were taken out there, and it's CMF
yeah.
here. Uh, I'm just gonna say it. I think the fancy vehicles just attract too much attention.
Even not the first time we've seen it also today. And
Yeah. Especially that instance with a very bright white one. It just felt like everyone just converged and shot at it. But CMF
indeed.
down one with 1 elimination, which they have been able to take.
And Dictator healing up in a tower, with the other behind a rock and his fancy car, or not being able to drive it off there. May not be going to be at the edge here, moving across the rocks, looking for. I'm not sure who they're looking for. Maybe looking for someone from 7AX. Sorry, 7AKX or something. Oh no, they're
There's
looking
a
for the last
classic
player.
as well, Team Classic. I think he's
Yeah, they're looking
stuck
for
in
the
the
last player in
water.
classic. They have no idea. They're
From what looks
desperately
like
looking
in the
for the
map,
elimination.
B seems to be having 2 in the water, so uh, they might want to figure out. Oh, well, he's in a good position. Is Kenoxy, as when the next circle does come in, he can rotate
Oh,
in because there's the beach area. Oh, and there's an
they are.
engagement here by CMF taking out 7AKS.
Trying to go for a smoke res there. Uh, might actually work out. They actually managed to get the resurrection off, and now
Oh no!
closing
Oh
in
no!
on the last man, and he will get taken
Yep,
out. Not
and
getting the yeah. Did
I
he
I
find a
think
knock
I
there?
think CMF. I think Naruto kind of like heard where those shots are coming from, and he's just like keeping an eye on the beach side now. A bit of trouble maybe for B, because that whole area there towards the west of the map, there is a cluster which is about to happen, especially in just in probably when the next circle comes in. And RX, they're holding on their full squad. Retaliation could be their moment. Could be maybe that the time that they might get those extra eliminations in, and maybe a better placement to kind of like go up on the placements, because they have been at the bottom seed and actually the bottom 3 now for quite a while, and just seem to have just gotten stuck there.
Indeed. And meanwhile, we have, like I said, I think SITM has been very quiet. Meanwhile, VG ramping things up, getting a elimination with a grenade there. And they have kind of surrounded or sandwiched 7AX between them and who was it? I think CAX.
It's
I mean,
VG,
sorry,
Victor Gaming.
VG and
It seems like it's a trade. They traded though. Each of them eliminated one of each team.
no, they're sandwiched
And
between another team, right?
SITM, yeah, Guess who has the high ground? SITM again on top of a mountain or a hill, a mountain. Yeah, they seem to have had gotten the high ground there
Yeah, they
and
need to get lucky with the
spotted.
zone though.
Hmm. Why is Fistboy again out in the zone? This is the second time that we've seen that happening to Fistboy. This
Might be
happened.
try.
Oh my gosh, this happened to him. It's deja vu because this happened to him in Sanhok
Sanhok.
in the previous round. It's deja vu.
It did.
We
But
are,
I
we are
think
watching match
they have
six,
only
right? We're
one
not
left,
watching
right?
match two, right?
No,
Pardon?
no, we are definitely in match 6 at this point. But I think he is the last man surviving for his squad. Probably why he is again trying to get as many placement points as possible while staying in the ring, so that no one is going to be pushing him or he won't get caught.
Yeah.
So he would have collected enough heals and trying to be outhill everything. But meanwhile, we do have a push coming out from VG onto 7A
Oh, that was a nice nade.
KS. Yeah,
Bit of
doing
damage
quite a bit
there.
of damage. Oh, he
And
gets
no.
the knock as well. They are looking for the
VG
elimination.
taking on
Someone is
7
the war zone
AKs.
is coming from the side. The spray down is going to be good. They are going to smoke this and move forward, so they know that they have the advantage here. Moving forward fast, they need to try and defend this on the side of 7AK. They can't go for the rest. They are pushing forward fast. Warzone
It's
trying to
actually just
climb up
one
the
person who is
window.
up. Both the others, and it is
They performed it.
another knock there, which just leaves damage. Damage trying to hold on, and
Last man
it
alive.
might be.
Oh,
It was an elimination.
yeah.
Yep.
And they will get
Yes. Yep.
eliminated.
Just 7 AKs just got eliminated there. And that was a very
Oh,
good push. Those two nades pushing the momentum in the favor of VG, and then those three smokes very nicely placed as well, giving them that opportunity to make that advance without 7AKS realizing it, and
yeah.
that
Guess
was
who decided to
actually
join the party
very
as
well
well in
done.
terms of
And
kills?
yeah, and now our RX taking on what seems like is it CMF?
And meanwhile, SITM taking a fight here against 2A. They are getting multiple kills, but they have got one of their players knocked. They have managed to find 3 eliminations, but can they get the resurrection off on the down comrade is going to be
Yeah,
the question.
I feel like there might be a bit of time, depending on who is going to be moving towards him. I think he's going to be rezzed. I think SITM is probably going to continue with their full squad.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. You know what? This time the circle is getting interesting. You know, if the circle goes
Um.
into the camp, it'll get really interesting. Desert taken down
Oh, there's no one around to
by
help him
bad
also, so the
intentions.
elimination still doesn't come down there.
Yeah,
He is
but
alone.
BIT isn't going for the elimination.
They're worried. They're
Are they
playing it safe,
baiting?
right? You don't want to get. They're either betting it or they don't want to risk it by going out.
Yeah. They realize, okay, they here comes backup,
Here comes
and
backup,
they
and they
get
are.
another knock. Desert eliminated.
But the
Oh,
trade is going to be there for the
Chiro
knock,
there
and Vijigon, mind you,
with
joins
the
the party
trade,
as well.
and PIT eliminated there with the vector. Oh, that was, they almost had it. Bad
Yeah,
intentions
SITM
almost had
still fighting this
SITM.
though. They're still in a scuffle. B is going to be pushing from the side as well. In the meantime, B trying to throw out nades here, trying to push them off. We do have Dictator healing it out inside the zone, down to the last 7 squads remaining. B finds that elimination onto CMF. The trade, mind you, sorry, not the trade. There is another fight happening overall, and B finds another actually. B That's the seventh
Oh, he's
kill, I think.
carrying. That's the first carry that we're actually seeing. Someone being carried back into the zone. We haven't
Yeah.
seen much of that, mainly because I don't think anyone really had an opportunity to do so. Um, this is a very interestingly paced out game that we're seeing. And it is from camp, we're going to be moving into what looks like an open field area.
Yeah. And I mean,
Dictator
I'm
is still out
pleasantly
of the zone.
surprised with. Yeah, B has been firing up here because I'm pretty sure they have around 7 eliminations by this point. Yeah, they do. They do have 7 eliminations, and
They
they are
do.
looking for placement as well. And now they have to play it carefully, right? They have 7 eliminations. They are already 7th place. Hold it out. Make sure you get into that top 5, top 4 area, and then you can look for a couple of more kills. And before you know it, you're at the top at the end of the scoreboard. Means they already have 7 under their belt, right? Meanwhile, CMF,
Yes.
4 eliminations, trying to heal outside the ring. Everyone's looking at him, or rather, B is looking at him. The squad from B Sports is looking at him, so he can't really move from here. He is going to be forced to heal. He has around 16 left, so he should be okay for some time. But how much can he gain from it is going to be the question.
I think he's trying for placement now. I don't think that
Yeah.
he's in any position to get into the zone. Unless there's a vehicle there. So we might just see CMF getting eliminated momentarily. And in the meantime, we have Inertia with 2 of its members remaining. 9 remaining in total with 6 teams is how it's currently standing. SITM taking off his boys down. So that's another elimination there.
Elimination, yeah.
I think he was the only one left for NB Esports.
Yes, he was. And meanwhile, oh my god, that was close. I thought he died there for a moment, but he's still healing it out. QB and George are the only one who are remaining on the side of SITM because they were getting shot from multiple lines. Yeah, Jiro, right? Yeah, that's an O at the end. Okay, and these two have been doing some work here because they took a fight, they got third party, and then the fourth party came in and they did a really good
RX
job of
Rolex is out from the zone.
Oh.
And but then he wasn't. Wait, he was no. It was a CMF. Is he still out of the zone? No, he's not. No, he's also eliminated.
He's not. He's in. Down to the last
I
3
think he's
teams.
still in.
Finds another kill onto Inertia, and they will find another elimination. So 10 eliminations so far for SITM. SITM looking to close this out really strong, and they do have to fight up against 2 players from B.
But Inertia, SITM QB is taken down. Just 0 remaining. I don't think would he have time for the rest. Inertia
he won't be
with the DBS, and he takes that knock. Dexter taken down.
Might give SITM a chance here. Jiro fighting it out.
Can Jiro clutch? Eyes on SITM. Can they get 3 in a row? It doesn't happen every day. Those nades are going out. And oh my gosh, what a clutch! What?
No way he does it. No freaking way SITM does it.
3 in a row.
What absolutely.
Man, I got chills.
Sheesh. Winner chicken dinner for SITM yet again. Coming in for the hat-trick, last 3 maps, all 3 claimed. They came in, they sat back, they looked at it, and they came back hitting extremely strong to claim all 3 maps. Like, what was that?
I'm just lost for words. Let's just look at the team stats, and you know what? It'll say for itself. These stats will speak for themselves. Look at this. Jiro with 7 eliminations, Kyubi with 3, Desert with 2. Desert, who was the top performer in the last round, now taking a bit of a backseat, and Dobu taking it a little easy as well. But wow, they got overall the damage of 858, 333, 304, and 59. Wow. Well, let's take a quick look also at the match summary and see how this all played out. But my
I
gosh,
think I
like,
won't be surprised, right? We might see multiple SITM on the match summary as well, right? This point, but that has been the repetition for the last 3 games. And yes, oh, this time around, actually, we only have one.
oh,
A little bit of a change. We only have one from
hello.
SITM. We have a bunch of players
This is,
from B Sports, right?
you know what? This is great. This is we are in fact seeing retaliation for the first time
Yep.
on the screen as well, and also B Esport also coming into the match summary into the number one position. So that's actually really good. We're seeing
Indeed.
highest ceiling done was for retaliation. Highest damage and highest knockout was from B Sports, and we also had VG with 4 assists, and it's Jiro though with the highest amount of eliminations. So it most definitely seems like it was an overall. It wasn't a complete domination by SITM. That's good to see
Yep.
overall. And when it comes to the top players, Tara, it's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, that final clutch play coming out from Zero, 7 eliminations, 858 damage, survival time of 25 minutes overall, and then being able to clutch at that last moment because he did lose his teammate, and then he got very fortunate because the team that was pushing in, got pushed in by a solo who was there, giving a little bit of an opening and then capitalizing on it, and that final nade kill from Zero, I mean, that was absolutely insane coming out from him, and definitely deserves that number one spot for that for the final game of the day. We have Gone, who got 5 eliminations, did a decent bunch of damage, but what I was really interested to see was how B Esports stepped it up in this final game. And we were speaking about how each of these teams will take their own time, and I feel like B Esports came into their own with this last game. They performed really well. They managed to get third place in terms of overall placement. They got multiple kills. Well, I think they had 7 eliminations when there was like 9 or 10 squads remaining, which is absolutely insane. I think their biggest problem was throughout the entire day was getting those placements, and now they have the kills, they have the placement as well. That's a massive improvement throughout the entire day. But with that, let's take a quick look at the highlights of this final game.
Wow, how things turned out. Equinox was in a lot of trouble early on with Stronger Esports, but then Stronger Esports was not that lucky with being eliminated early on. And what we did see was a lot more shotties being used at this time around. A bit more of close quarters are taking place. VG as well, try to continue with that momentum and get a few more eliminations in. Overall, 7AKS did not fire all cylinders. It felt like they seemed like they were in a fair bit of trouble. SITM, it seems very textbook for them to hold that high ground, and at the same time there was an opportunity for Bad Intention to eliminate them. But look at this, in that moment it was of course your MVP of this match, Jiro, who actually was able to survive there, and right here taking out the B Esports, and then with those 2 nades he was taking out Inertia Esports. How about that? It just seemed like clutch moments for SITM. They are 2 extremes: extremely chill, extremely insane.
Yeah. I mean, they went from chilling back and watching how things were going to going back to back to back to claim the last three maps of the day. Let's have a look at the match standings for the last game. And SITM with 12 eliminations, that chicken dinner under their belt, will claim 27 points and that number one spot. Inertia Esports at that last moment coming in clutch, put a little bit of a foil into B Esports winning it because he was a solo remaining there, got 9 eliminations, 12 12 placement points with 21 total points. B Esports coming in at third with 8 eliminations, 10 placement points, and a total of 18. This is the highest number of placement points that they have had on the side of B Esports, and that 8 elimination definitely helps them, climb up the ladder. CMFIPG with 4 elims and overall 10 points, and then NB Esports coming in at 5th place with 5 eliminations and 9 overall points. But Retaliation making it up the ladder, coming in at 6th place with 8 placement points, no elimination, but purely surviving it through and getting into the points and as well as the top 10 as well. Noob Alliance ISSL were the first to one of the first to go out. I think Strong Esports was the first to actually go out, but ISL Noob Alliance only getting 1 elimination, will only grab 1 point. Strong Esports got 2, was the first to go out. Unfortunate for them. RGC OPEX was standing at 13th. Again, 2 teams in the top of the list. MAKPEN was 15 overall standing, so now they have gone out at 15th with just 1 point. We'll have to see how the overall standings are affected. Let's have a look at the overall rankings to see how all of this has affected that.
Indeed, it is us now jumping into the overall rankings of 6 games on day 1. It is SITM with 3 winner chicken dinners. Let's just let that sink in for just a moment. 47 eliminations with 98 points and 51 placement points. There's not a very big difference between that, the placement points and the eliminations points which they've gotten. Then on top of it, we have at number 2, Bad Intention XBit with 30 eliminations in total, with a total of 69 points. Inertia Esports at 3rd place with 62 points. Victor Gaming at 59 points in at number 4. Stronger Esports at number 5 with 57 points. RGC OPEX 57 with at number 6. NB Esports with a total of 49 points at number 7. MAKPEN in at 43 with 8 in the 8th position. Then we had 7AKS. I think it was felt that their cylinders did not necessarily fire as much as what was expected, in at the 9th position with 40 points. Equinox 922 with 37 points in at number 10. B Esports with 36 in at number 11. Team Classic 922 in at 34 with 34 points in at the 12th position. CMFIPG, the 13th position with 31 points. ISSL Noob Alliance at 28 points at number 14. Astra Esports in at number 15 with 15 points. And last but not least, Retaliation in at the 16th seat with 11 points.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely insane, right? I think this is just not a big change from the overall quarterfinals coming in. I think, in the sense, no change in the number 1 spot, but everything else has kind of changed up from the quarterfinals coming into the semifinals. Day 1, mind you, it's still day 1, so a lot more can change as the days go on. We will have to wait and see. But in terms of what has happened throughout the entire day, I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised as the talent that has come in, the changes that we have had, the teams that have come out and said that we are better, we want to perform, we want to be seen here. We have had a lot of action pack, and then teams that we were expecting to perform, certain teams did not perform as well as expected. So things have happened, and we spoke about how things do change as the tournament progresses, because sometimes teams hold on to strategy and they will put it out towards the latter part, and sometimes people teams and players will play very consistent throughout, and they won't be always on the highlights, but they will scrape through and then at the last moment just jump in and take everything out. And it is different strategies that these teams are using, and certain things are working out for them, certain things are not working out for them, but they do have time to prepare till tomorrow till tomorrow when we are going to be having the next round of semi-finals. So they have a lot of time to prepare and come back strong tomorrow. What do you think, Chase?
Yes, and tomorrow 5:30. That is the time that you need to be getting on. So make sure that you have live notifications turned on. That's extremely important, as then you'll know when we are live. And make sure that you drop a follow onto the page if you haven't already, and smack those reactions. We know you want to hit those hearts, those wows, those likes. Please do that, and I hope that you have had a terrific time with us as we've witnessed an amazing day one of the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022.